Holy. To me. Yo, Chad, does anyone want my Subway sandwich from yesterday? It's actually pretty fucking good. I saw some of this, man. Bring up the crabs. Yo, what a chat if Bell's a cat. Okay. What up, chat? Hello, Matthew. Hello. All right. I'm sure you guys saw some of the interesting news that happened today. By the way, chat, you guys are... Oh. Okay. I'm just getting some stuff for you. Where is it? I just saw the post. Oh, yeah, I have it. Where is it? Wait. LeBron James is one of the greatest athletes in history. We will always be thankful for his 8 years with the Lakers, including the title he held in the 2020 under the toughest imaginable circumstances and the countless records he broke in purple and gold. We wish him all the best in the future, both the court and off. He will always be cherished part of the Lakers family. Damn. Damn. It's insane. I mean, the good news is, chat, he'll be part of Streaming University. So, or at least he has to apply. Hope he gets in. But, you know. Onward and upward. I mean, obviously he's going to have to, maybe he could take extra Emily's spot for IRL streamer, you know, the professor. Because obviously she cannot be doing that. She's going to need to take some driving lessons very, very soon, chat. Driving lessons is what's needed. Free agent that nobody wants? You're a king's fool, man. Because you got to realize something with LeBron. You're right, but LeBron James... Well, first of all, LeBron is still good. But second of all, LeBron James, his name brings so much so much. His name brings so much to the table that I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and I don't know anything about basketball. I'm just speaking like I know anything. I literally have no idea what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. Literally, I'm speaking bullshit. I'm still doing it. Blah, blah, blah. I thought this was Stephen A. Smith. Okay, so maybe you're right. Maybe you're right. I legit thought this was Stephen A. Smith when I just scrolled past that. Okay, let's get to the most important news of the day, chat. Obviously, there's something huge that happened in the past few hours that a lot of you guys know. That being, Your Rage lost $100,000. Now, instead, I'm guessing what happened with Your Rage's friend, what he probably did He probably went all in on INFQ from the Jew, and he lost Rage $100,000.
Today's the day.
So the video chat is, your Rage is in tears while recording his best friend of 25 years finding out that he stole up to $100,000 from him.
I found out my best friend of 25 years has been stealing from me. 50 bands minimum, 100. My dog. Would he do anything for this nigga, gang?
I like how he said my dog, and you can hear a dog whimpering in the background. Yeah, he stole his dog.
Would he do anything for this nigga, gang? Shit, Craig, stop moving, my nigga. When you got locked up, who was there for you?
You.
When you was homeless, who was there for you?
You.
Whose house have you been living in for a year, gang?
Yours, bro.
So why the fuck?
You gave me the card, bro. You gave me the card.
He gave him money.
And did what? Wait,
Put a
what
roof
did I give
over
you the
his
card
head.
for? What? What did I
And
give you
his
the card
friends
for?
still steal
No,
from
you
him.
didn't. I'm wrong. I'm wrong. I'm wrong.
Gang,
You told me.
you stand right there, bro. I don't want you in nothing. You don't what? I don't want to see you again, gang. Ever again in my life. I swear to God. I see you again, and I will. I'm doing you a fucking favor right now, nigga. I don't ever want to see you again, my nigga. Ever. 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 Get the fuck out. Get on. Dead ass. Get on. I don't want to hear nothing.
He assumes all responsibility.
You gave me the card. You gave me the card. Yeah, what was this card? I don't know. I have no clue. I guess there's a credit card or something, and he probably spent like $100,000. If that's, why would he do that? Wouldn't Rage just know about the $100,000 because he could check transactions? So is that really stealing, or is that more spending?
Would he be able to sue?
If Rage gave him the credit card, no. No way in hell. I don't think so. I also guarantee you that Rage does not want to sue him. There's no point. That lawsuit would be a pain in the ass and not worth it for Rage. Dude, you gotta realize, Rage is a 15,000 viewer streamer, okay? He makes a lot of money from his viewers. A lot of money from that 15,000 viewers. A lot. So, no. No. Okay. Let's go through the news. Chat, can anyone link me the extra Emily clip? Real quick. Can Evelyn fuck off? No, she's a girl, so she'll be around for a while. You slowed it down a lot on that Ina Lynn post? Interesting. Is that really her? Can we stop and... That's not her, right?
For what? Y'all some gooning assholes. That's why bitches can't even fucking post bikinis, even though that's part one. So part two is still coming. So I already know what's gonna happen. But like, damn, bitch. You know, guys, I never delete comments. That's not my thing. I literally had to delete 3.
Oh God, I know how to make this video so much better. Damn. That's really her? What the fuck? I feel like I'm looking at her like tomboy friend on the left and then goddamn on the right. That's got to be edited and shit. There's no way. There's no way. Why does her lips look different? She looks completely different from this picture to this picture. Look at this face and look at that face. No way. Why do her hands look so big? I sound like an incel. Yeah, you're all right. Your proportions are okay, but your hands are pretty big according to my
I'm looking
Silnet
at you through the
4.6.
glass.
Dude, look how fucked this is, chat. Yesterday, so the Mexicans are versing, let's say, the Mexican fans have brought fireworks, drums, cars, horns outside Ecuador's team hotel to keep the players from sleeping. Yeah, what about the people that were just staying there for the night anyway? What if someone had their honeymoon there? Or like they were just trying to get away and just wanted a night's sleep? They're fucked. What if some guy's trying to cheat on his wife and went to Mexico? He can't get a fucking break. That sucks. This is the clip, or is this a new one? This is the clip. This is the clip, yeah.
Lucky bitches.
This is one of the 5,000 clips of extra on there. Getting in a car crash.
Okay, my bad. That was my bad. I gotta check my, my oopsies.
So yeah, chat, she got banned. I don't know how long her ban is, but she got banned. She's banned. Ripozo. Let's be honest, completely deserved. I mean, come on. Completely deserved. What I don't understand, I just will never understand this about Extremely. You have a Tesla. You can easily just get autopilot on your Tesla, so you never have this problem ever again. But I just know one thing about Extremely. She's the cheapest fuck you'll ever meet in your entire life. She's the cheapest fuck. Chat, she's so cheap that she just takes her hair, clumps it on the fucking...
How much signal I need to cross across 8 lane? None. I turn now.
Cat, you're done using the TTS. You're just done. I'm in the middle of doing something and you just... She's not on band. Shut up. She's still banned on Twitch in 24 hours and did not pass it since her ban. Don't... Come on. Jake Lucky's obviously fucking desperate. What? I thought that was troll. What the fuck? She's already unbanned in 24 hours? Sorry, 23.5959. I just don't get it, chat. I don't understand why she just doesn't do autopilot. It's so easy. Not Microsoft's Copilot. We already made a video on that. I don't know why she doesn't do autopilot. Oh, she's still banned? I took this screenshot. Oh, okay, so she is still banned. Okay, wait, how does that work? Oh, so you can go to their channel. Oh, maybe because I'm not logged in, so I can't see that. Okay. That makes sense. That makes sense. It's not a Tesla? It is. She drives a Tesla. Chat, dude, come on. She's an Asian girl in her late 20s. Of course she's driving a Tesla. She drives a Tesla, and I just don't get it. But I know why. She's cheap as fuck, and it's just so stupid. Like, dude, just pay for your fucking Copilot or your Autopilot, whatever the fuck it's called. It will save you and probably save someone's life. Just use that instead. Or stop doing car streams. One or the other, which you're obviously not going to stop doing that. I just don't get it, dude. She was on autopilot? No, but she was...
Lucky bitches. Making it. Good thing they did their horn. I had autopilot on and I literally took it off.
That's even worse. So you're telling me she took it off and then just The 1 second she took it off, she fucked up. So the 1 second she took it off, I turn now. Jesus. Everyone's always bitching that old people can't drive. Dude, I swear to God, stereotypes exist for a fucking reason, chat. They exist for a reason. Look what the Twitch had to say. All right, well, I mean, let's just get to the fucking news now, because we're going to get to that. All right, so, stocks, finance, business, life, liberty, pursuit, happiness, chat. Let's go over it. First of all, I watched my newest YouTube video about Microsoft Copilot. I look so bad. I don't know how you guys watched that camera for so long, because holy shit, it looks fucking terrible. I appreciate you guys, though. But yeah, it looks really fucking bad. Horrible. We've been complaining. I don't look at you guys, so I wouldn't know. The only person I ever look at or hear is Kat whenever she uses my TTS, and I really hope she stops. Okay. So, Goldman Sachs is profitable 94% of all trading days.
You are audio only. Don't flatter yourself.
94% of all trading days. Goldman Sachs. Yes, Goldman Sachs is profitable 94% of all days. Out of 251 of those trading days in 2025, they only lost money on 15 days. How the if that doesn't tell you how the world works and how manipulated this shit is, I don't know what does. That they're good. They only lost 15 days. Chat, the market, just to let you guys know who doesn't understand, is down a lot more than 15 days. Okay? It's down way more than 15 days. Some would say it's almost half and half on how much it's down compared to how much it's up. And they are up 94% on trading days. That's fucking insane. The key thing to understand, chat, is the world is run on insider information. I'm sure you all know that. But this is just showing you the statistical facts that the world is run on insider information. And the key thing that you have to learn and understand, chat, is that we need to get more insider information. That's what all I see here is. How do I find people who can give me this information so we can do it ourselves? Okay? Because I'm not going to bitch and complain. I'm not doing that, all right? I'm not here for that. That's my alt stream. I got 12 viewers there. I want to find out who can work in Goldman Sachs and give us this information. We need to find someone who's good. So far, we have the Jew, but the Jew's more 50-50. I want someone that's 88% correct, like this. We need someone like this. We had some yesterday and ignored it. We did not. Oh, but in order to find that, chat, I did actually just tweet. If you guys can go ahead and like this tweet, it would actually help out a lot. By the way, please ignore this when someone says my internal plan is as followed. Even if that was me, ignore that. Do not follow my financial advice. This is all bullshit. I am not good at this stuff, and I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, I did tweet that I'm looking for content creators, big and small, to join me on stream to talk stocks, investments, and potential buys for the reviewers with their $1 million. Please DM me. Just have a camera and mic that works, no metaverse. Okay, so I just wanted to say that pretty easily. If you guys can go like it, comment. Who's this? I don't know who this is. But yeah, it's really anyone. I mean, I could talk to... Do you guys know that I could talk to pretty much anybody? Did I ever tell you guys that? But yeah, go ahead, like the tweet. Okay, let's see. Emily gets called out. Mexicans are angry. Goldman Sachs is OP. Let's go ahead and see the tweet that I saw today that I'm sure a lot of you guys are interested in. Claude. So we've been going over a lot about how AI, it's here, it's there, it's in Canute streams, it's everywhere, right? Claude is basically taken over, AI is taken over. But I have some very interesting things that I want to talk about today with AI, chat. Have any of you guys tried DeepSeek? And one in chat if you don't know what DeepSeek is. Be honest. Never heard of it. Okay, so I'm going to tell you guys something. DeepSeek is Chinese. It is the Chinese version of basically Claude and them, and it's not as good. I'm just going to tell you it's not as good, okay? It's not. But they have been releasing more and more new things with DeepSeek, and it's been getting better, way better. But the one thing about DeepSeek, chat, and I'm gonna let you guys know something, it's fucking free. Period. Like, that's it. I'm not, there's no but you get Chinese, chat. It's open source. You can just use it. No, it's not malware. It's completely open source. You can literally just download it and it's free. And here's the reason why people think that the Chinese are doing this. And I honestly think it's right. And I'm not someone to think this stuff. It's Chinese bullshit propaganda crap because they want you to use this product because it fucks with the American economy, because it does. And I think what it's doing, because it's not as good. Let me just draw out for you how good DeepSeek is right now. So DeepSeek was basically like this, and you had
But how will
Claude,
it help my gooning sessions?
because you can literally goon forever for free. Someone said nothing is free. You're right. Why would they do this? Why would DeepSeek do this? Why would they start making this product for free and letting this thing out there? It's because they're a communist country, chat, and it's backed by the government, right? So this thing is open source, and they want to do this. Oh, the Twin Towers, right? They want to do this because they want you to use their product because it fucks the American economy. It kind of does. So here's an AI comparison benchmark. Independent analysis of AI. Okay, so this is actually great for us to look at right now, chat. So the cost per task, because the problem is this. I think a lot of you guys have a lot of great ideas, things you want to build in your own life, things you want to create on your own computer, but the real problem is one thing. It costs too much money. I completely agree. I tried to use Claude to do anything a couple days ago, and I went over my own limit, which then I had to buy more Claude tokens for $100. I have the Max Pro. I should never be out of tokens, but now I'm out of tokens all the time, and I don't get why. And what I also didn't understand is I'm going out of tokens all the time, but for some reason, Anthropic and ChatGPT, which is Codex, right? ChatGPT with their, they were going to go public, but now chat, they have talked about that they are going to push it back to late 2026 to 2027, or possibly staying private forever. Private means they don't go public to the stocks so you guys can purchase them. So why is that happening? Why is all of a sudden these companies not wanting to go public or backing up a little bit? I think because the reality is, chat, they know they're getting fucked. If you guys don't like Anthropic, if you guys don't like the guy who runs Anthropic, give me a 1 in chat. If you guys don't know who he is, the Anthropic CEO is, where is he? It's this guy. If you guys don't know who he is, Dario, he's a very famous guy for basically saying that the AI needs to be fixed and this and that, and he brings fear. He brings a lot of fear when he goes to Congress. There's actually a huge interview he did like 3 years ago. I think it was this one.
The scaling of open source models, I think it's going down a very dangerous path. And if the path continues, I think we could get to a very dangerous place. I think it's worth saying some things on open source models that are clear to all the experts, but I want to make sure is understood by this committee, which is when you control a model and you're deploying it, you have the ability to monitor its usage. It might be misused at one point, but then you can alter the model, you can revoke a user's access, you can change what the model is willing to do. When a model is released in an uncontrolled manner, there's no ability to do that. It's entirely out of your hands. And so I think that should be attended to carefully. There may be ways to release models open source so that it's harder to circumvent the guardrails, but that's a much harder problem, and we should confront the advocates.
Yeah, this is Axion after 2 minutes of watching one of those MIT videos.
Kits of this with that problem and challenge them to solve it. Finally, I'd say open source is a little bit of
that green tea drinking only makes sense when it's hot green tea. I like this thing cold. Dude, these things are good. Chat, I got these, remember these from Japan? I've been drinking them ever since. I fucking love these things. They're so delicious. I love it.
A misnomer here, right? Open source normally refers to, smaller developers who are iterating quickly, and I think that's a good thing. But I think here we're talking about something a little bit different, which is a more uncontrolled release of larger models by, again, to your point, Senator Hawley, like much larger entities that pay tens or even hundreds of millions of dollars to train them.
So here's the thing. This is Dario, the CEO of Anthropic. Chat, and Anthropic is the owner of Claude, okay? One in chat if you don't know what Claude is. I'm interested to see if people do not know even what Anthropic is. Or Claude. Interesting. So there's some people here who don't even know what Claude is. One in chat if you don't know what ChatGPT is. Okay, so most of you do. Some of you don't? You gotta be trolling me, right? I just know Extra Emily's banned. Yeah, you gotta be trolling me if you don't know what AI is, okay? Come on. Are we really doing this? Like, why did I ask that and pretend that you don't? So, what's AI? AI is, so basically, I don't know if you guys saw, this whole, like, Will Smith thing happened where, like, he ate spaghetti. And it's been going viral over the past few days. And I don't really think this AI thing's anything to worry about, but it could be a problem in the future, but I doubt it, right? I don't think AI is going to really take over or do anything like that. I don't believe in any of this shit, right? We are true Americans. We don't believe in any of this garbage and crap. Don't think it's going to work, right? So, I actually wish nowadays Will Smith was AI because, my God, his music is so shit. So, let's talk about what's going on and why this is. I kind of have this idea in my head, and I could be wrong, but I want to say it and let you guys think what it is. So, Dario is the CEO of Anthropic, and a few years ago, this is an interview from a long time ago, where he basically talks about how dangerous AI will be if it's in the public hands because it has infinite uses and can be used to do destruction, destroy the world, steal your money, chat, steal things, be a disgusting deviant, and unless it's controlled, which is what Dario's been saying for years, unless it's controlled by the government or controlled by, some entity, it will be such a massive problem that we will probably cease to exist as humanity. And I'm not kidding you. He literally says that. Okay, he is the CEO of Claude, Anthropic, and he basically says if we don't stop this, we could see humanity cease to exist because we are going down a deep, dark path of letting billions of people basically be able to create their own company and their own thing that can destroy other people and destroy their lives. So, why was he saying this? Why was the CEO of Anthropic constantly going at legislation saying this? Wouldn't that go against what he wants? Why would he want the government to control Claude or anything like that? Wouldn't he want to be public, trade, make money through the stock market, grow? Well, here's the thing. I think this guy, Dario, is a scumbag weasel at the end of the day. And I think Dario knows and knew back then that he has to drive fear. And the reason why he has to drive fear is because he needed money. And I think he was driving fear for years to try to get investors to buy into Anthropic, to give him money so he can make the tokens, because it costs so much money to run Anthropic, right? So he needs a ton of investment money. So I think he was driving fear for years and making people buy into Anthropic under fear so that way he can make money. And his goal was to go public and sell his stocks and basically cash the fuck out. It's what I think. And I could be wrong. Because the truth is, chat, now with DeepSeek, they're in trouble. Just letting you know, they're in some serious trouble, Anthropic. And it's actually why you probably just saw that they released a new model today that called Introducing Claude Silence, a new app designed with every stage of research in mind. Interesting. They didn't do that before. Now all of a sudden they're doing it 3 days later. Artifacts traced to their code, environments managed on demand, and 60 plus optical scientific databases that you can connect. Hey, I don't. Is anyone in school that's like in high school? Are any of you guys in high school? Do they use AI for high school shit? I'm curious. Do they use? You guys like use Claude in your classrooms, or is it still pen and paper? This is a new way to steal our collected data, brother. If you're worried about your data being stolen in 2026, I don't know what to tell you, man. I'm sorry. You're
There
typing
are
on a
AI
kick chat,
checkers
man.
for tests.
I don't know what to tell you. Your data's been stolen for 15 years. And if you really think that it matters that your data gets stolen, you got to live off the grid because there's just nothing else you can do at this point, right? Like, one in chat if you care about your AI, or your AI. One in chat if you care about your data being stolen. Be real. I don't. The truth is, I just don't. Because if you want to know who I am, it's really not hard. I've given up on that. That was an idea in 2012 when I felt like that. But nowadays, it's just, yeah, everything's out there. Nobody here is younger than 25. Yes. Mizkif, you are not investing. I am.
Imagine private data in 2026.
Yeah, I don't. If you're trying to be all private and stuff like that, I think you're just falling behind. It's interesting. Just even 10 years ago when I was in college, we never had AI. The AI wasn't really a thing. We knew that it was coming, but I remember back then how everyone was always talking about how, damn, dude, you're not in computer science you're not in comp sci, bro? Then what are you doing? You're basically not going to get a job afterwards. The fuck? You're not an engineer? You got to be an engineer. If you're not an engineer, you're not going to have a job. You got to go. Like, dude, I have a job basically right out of college, and I just, signed up for college like 2 hours ago. Remember how that was, chat? I'm also very curious to see what people are signing up for in college. And I'd be very curious to see if college, going to college is desired more for students in high school. Like, do kids in high school really want to go to college as much nowadays compared to like even just 10 years ago? Or is it just because they want that life of partying and drinking? Or do they really care for the 4 years of education? Is it dropping off? Do we have statistics on that? I'd be very curious to know that, actually. So, Claude Science, they released this today. They also released another thing that came out today. And I think this is because they're scared, and they should be. So, introducing Claude 5 Sonnet 5, our most agenic sonnet yet. So, a lot of people have been complaining about Claude and how it takes a lot of your tokens. I've also said this as well. I also think Claude's gotten more retarded. Does anyone else feel that way, by the way? That their Claude and AI have gotten just dumber? Like, I'm like, dude, I asked it yesterday, chat. I'm going to show you something I said to it just to show how stupid this thing is. Look at this. Look how dumb this thing is. I told it to give me a reminder for 24 hours, and look what it did. Like, how stupid is this thing? I did it. Remind me in 24 hours to check. Set. You'll get a reminder in 7 hours. I pay for this? This is what I pay for? And it's not like I'm using some low budget thing. I'm using Opus 4.8. I'm using it on high. I said, give me a 24 hours. And it said, 7 hours is all I can do, sir. What the fuck is that? So people have been kind of shitting on Claude, saying that it's not as good as it used to be, which it's not. And I don't know if that's because so many stupid people like Canute ask it for directions, but it's not as good. So introducing Sonnet 5, our most agenic Sonnet yet. It makes plans, uses tools like browsers and terminals, runs autonomously at a level that just a few months ago required larger and more expensive models. Yippee, right? Great. So they're basically saying, hey, we got this thing cheaper for you. Give us a round of applause. Well, the thing is, it's not that interesting because, let's see where it is. There's so much extra Emily crap. Jesus Christ. So, God damn it, extra Emily, get out of here. How are you half the fucking news at this point? Let's go over the independent analysis of AI and the models that are currently there. So remember what I said, chat, about how DeepSeek is free. It is literally free. It's just, and I'm not saying that it's in like, you have to pay anything. It runs on your own computer and it is open source. Chat, in fact, you can literally download it right now. You can download it right now if you wanted to, and it's free. That's it. It's free. There's no buying, there's no selling, there's no taking it. It's free. It's just open source. So it had an update a couple days ago, and it's actually great. And I'm telling you, just need a good PC. You do need a good PC. You need the RAM.
Or
yes.
you could download Ronaldo Global Extension for a free BTC miner.
Okay, go fuck. I was with you until you said that last part. Go fuck yourself. Again, if you ever think that I want to mine Bitcoin, you're out of your fucking mind, brother. No way am I mining. I'm mining Chompy Coin. Intelligence. Okay, this is an independent analysis of AI. Intelligence. It is basically on par with the intelligence of every model. It's at 44 when Claude Fable 5, keep in mind they got rid of Fable 5, is 60. They got rid of it. And look at this, GLM 5.2 is close or not to as better. And chat, you know what GLM is? This is another AI model. And GLM, isn't this also free, chat? Isn't this also free? Yes. So chat, you see where I'm going at with this? And this is also Chinese, okay? So DeepSeek and GLM are both free. Now, remember when I told you guys that I'm not big on software? And the reason why I'm not big on software is because I think that software is something that is going to be completely your discretion and you can make it do whatever the fuck you want. And I think it's pretty obvious it's going that way faster than any of us can conceive it. Now, that's why we, and I think you guys agree with that, that's why we're investing in things like the Moo. We're investing in the RAM that you need for these products, not necessarily anything else. And look at this, though, chat, which is so crazy. So, Claude Fable 5. Do you guys remember how good this thing was? One in chat if you use Claude Fable 5. This thing was amazing. I loved it. I literally told you I didn't need anything more. It got a 60 on the intelligence meter. But chat, this shit's expensive as fuck. Like, if you want to run on Claude Fable 5 for everything I do in a week, it's going to cost me $1,000. It's going to cost me $1,000. I'll zoom in, yeah. It cost me $1,000 to do everything I want in a week. But it's fucking amazing, right? It's really good. You want to see how good it is, chat? I asked it to make a thumbnail with my face, and I literally just pointed my face at this camera. And look at, I wanted it to just make the thumbnail for the video, like, without the video in it. Look how good it was. And I did it in 1 minute. Let me find it. It was right here. And I'm not saying necessarily it's a great thumbnail. Just look at the detail. What the fuck? Look at that detail. Look how amazing that detail is. The quality is fucking insane. I asked this thing to just make a thumbnail of me. And look how insane that quality is. That's Fable. That's what it was. That's what Fable was. That's what they took away from us because the government said that it's too much. Look how beautiful that is. I'm sorry, that's insane. Insane.
You look like a sparkling vampire.
So Claude got taken back, right? And scored a 60. Chat. GLM is a 51 and it's free. Remember I told you Claude Fable 5 cost me probably $1,000? Or cost me $1,000 a month? GLM is free. And you can get it right now. Okay? You can get it right now. Claude Opus is at 56. This is a 51. Artificial Analysis Intelligence Index. So artificial analysis and understanding and incorporates 9 evaluations. Well, I don't know what the fuck any of these are. But look, GLM's at a 51 and Claude Fable was at 60. Now Claude Opus is only at a 56. 51 and 56. Cost per intelligence. DeepSeek is 2 cents. DeepSeek Max is 2 cents. These things are literally free. And check this out. Look where Claude and Fable are on this meter, chat. Look at that. Look how expensive these models are. And notice how all these are the American ones. All of them. $2.75. Chat, if you want the GLM, which is almost as good as Fable, it's 48 cents to run. This is $2.75. It is 7 times more expensive. Fucking nuts, right? It's insane. And this is free shit. And it's all the Chinese. Now, I know what you're thinking. Chinese equals scary equals don't get. I would agree with you. But chat, it's on open source. It's on GitHub. You can literally go get it right now if you wanted it. Artificial Analysis Coding Agent Index. 77 and 77 right here. When you have fucking... This is for Claude, right? So Claude's done a really good job with their coding. And Claude is definitely the better product, right? We can all agree right now. It is definitely the better product. There's things that these things can't do as well, right? Like GBT image is just way better. Some of these things are just better right now. Like, I'm not going to pretend that this thing's caught up to Claude and it's perfect. It's not. Claude and ChatGPT are still way better products in general, but it's getting there. And I think it's scaring, and it should scare Claude and Anthropic and ChatGPT. Because the truth is, yeah, it's clearly going to catch up, and it's going to go this way. And I think Anthropic is fucked. I think ChatGPT is fucked. And the only reason why you would use ChatGPT and Anthropic at this point, or not at this point, but maybe in like 6 months to a year, is because you're a company that needs to in America. Because companies in America can't be going out there and saying, we're using Chinese models in order to grow our business. They can't legally say that, right? They can't. But these companies are spending so much on AI. We're in a massive spending spree for the entirety of the industry. There's so much cash being thrown around right now because everyone's trying to catch up with this AI race, right? Everyone's trying to be, get ahead of everyone else and do all this stuff. So they're spending a ton of money on these products like OpenAI and ChatGPT. They can't admit that they're using Chinese models, but they are. And that's the crazy part. They are using AI models as well. Can someone find me the tweet of people or companies that are using other models that aren't ChatGPT or Claude? Because it's very interesting. But basically, ChatGPT and Claude they need to be used, chat, because they're companies that are in America. You need to use them if you're a U.S. company. But they're not going to use it by themselves. So the companies that are saying we're using these products, sure, but the truth is they're actually using the Chinese models already because they're spending so much money on AI. They need to save money, and they're spending so much on these models like Gemini, Claude, and ChatGPT that they need to save money, and they're using the AI models from China already. I saw a tweet yesterday where Spotify is using GLM, right? Well, a lot of people from Spotify are using GLM already. So it's kind of nuts. And I think what's going to happen here, chat, is Claude and ChatGPT are going to keep backing up about their IPO because they know they're fucked. And they can see how fast DeepSeek and GLM are catching up to them, and they're free products that can do everything they can do. But the only difference between what they can do and what Claude can do, chat, is one thing. You need really good RAM. You need really good processing power. You need a really good computer. But if you have those things, you can use it yourself right now. And when I say right now, chat, It's literally on GitHub. You can go get it right now, and it's free. People are already using it. So I think that these products are fucked. And what I think you're going to start seeing is these products desperately trying to keep people with products like Sonnet 5, right? They're going to keep trying to push this stuff. They're going to try to get this going. But apparently it's already worse than Opus 4.8 on benchmarks, right? It's just not going to work. So I think, in my personal opinion, I think that these AI models, I think Gemini is here to stay no matter what, because it's Google, it's integrated. But I think models like ChatGPT and Claude, no. I think they're not. I think they were here for the beginning, but I don't think they're going to be here for the end. And I think that you're going to have US companies using them, but they're going to be way cheaper. They have to be, because the truth is they know that US companies are using, you know, other models. So they have to start lowering their cost way fucking more, which is good for you, because that means you can start using these products better and faster and yourself. So it's good shit. It's good for us. Now, here's the thing. Is it good for the economy? Because we also have to care about that because we're investors, right? So yes, we care, and that's great. Obviously, these prices are expensive right now. The goal is that it should get lower and lower as time goes on, and they get better and better. That's how things work. 20 years ago, we were using discs, and we were spending $60. Now, we get the processing power of a disc, you know, in times 1,000, and we get it on Amazon in 2 days shipping. So how the hell can we make it so, you know, this gets better and better, it gets cheaper and cheaper, because they have to compete? Great. Is that good for the economy of the US, though? That is the question. And that is a question that is kind of hard to answer, because I think it's actually great. But some people are more cynical about it. And where they would be cynical about it is your companies that you guys own and that we actually have. So one of the companies that people are cynical on, because if DeepSeek and these things keep growing, is actually, where do you think these companies that would be fuck, chat? Where do you think? Oh, let's see Nike earnings. They beat by 454%? They beat by 1% for revenue. Well, their earnings per share is already ridiculous, yeah. But let's go to your stocks, chat. So where do you think your stocks would fall into this category? RAM, yes. People are saying RAM that could affect. But one thing that it could affect is actually not necessarily RAM. In fact, RAM could still be good. And you got to realize something. RAM could be good because you still need the RAM. I just told you, your computers still need to be way better to run these models. They're not cheap. You still need the RAM. It's actually not RAM that can be hurt. What can be hurt potentially is NVIDIA. And the reason why it can hurt NVIDIA and companies like NVIDIA is because you don't need the GPU as much. You might not need those massive data centers like the Anthropics. You don't need these massive data centers where you can just run on your own computer. So it can actually hurt a company like NVIDIA who makes the GPUs. It could also potentially hurt cloud computing, right? You might not need as much cloud computing if you can just run it more so on your computer. It could. It could also hurt NVIDIA. Sorry, not NVIDIA. It can hurt, it could hurt memory. But these are things that it could. Now, what I think it's going to do, in my opinion, is I think it's going to make memory even more important. I think you're going to try to see a lot more people and consumers buying more RAM. I think you're going to start seeing RAM be even more needed because we have a huge problem with Claude. None of you guys want to use it because it's too expensive, right? We're in a bottleneck where 80% of the population can't even use the product besides asking it if how to tie your shoes before it already tells you you're at your limit for the week. And if we're able to make it where it's cheaper and better for all of you, I think a lot of you guys are going to want to buy more RAM. I think you guys are going to want more cloud computing power. I think it's going to be better for every company, and it can actually help the economy. And I think people and companies like Claude and ChatGPT are actually not as good for the economy as people might think. But the thing is, companies have to use them because they're, American models, American companies, right? You can't use a Chinese company. It's not how it works. But I do think that we're onto something good. Does that make sense what I'm saying? What do you guys think? You are wrong that we don't need GPUs. No, I'm saying this is what people are saying. They're saying that anyone who's cyclical about the whole idea of Claude and Anthropic or ChatGPT costing less, is that it can hurt your GPU companies or your RAM. But I think it's the opposite. I think it's very opposite. I think if we can give you guys the ability to create, then you're gonna want to buy your RAM. You're gonna want to buy more GPU power. You're gonna want to buy these things, but you can't, right? You can't even try to use Claude code because it's too expensive. So that's my rant for the day. Okay, now that we got that rant out of the way, I think that was actually pretty good. Claps in chat for me. Good job, Matt.
The Trump administration is allowing Anthropic to restore access to its Mythos 5 AI model for
Forget everything I said. It's back. Fable is coming back. US erases restrictions on Anthropic's Mythos model. Never mind. Fuck what I just said. I just said it because I wanted it to. Okay, we're back. Good. Forget it.
Select group of U.S. companies and federal agencies. Now, the move comes after the company agreed to add safeguards to address national cybersecurity concerns. Now, this decision marks a major step in the government's growing oversight of the most advanced AI systems. So joining me now is New York Times tech reporter Shira Frankel. Shira, great to be with you. Anthropic.
Fuck the New York Times. Okay, let's go over all the news, chat, or do you guys want to go over your stocks? So let me show you where you're at today. The stock market is up again. Again, chat, it is up. And you know what's big up today? Finally, it had its fucking moment. NBIS is up. I don't understand how this thing's been sleeping. First of all, NBIS, chat, is my baby. I love this stock. It is my child that I think is going to go to the moon. And I don't know why it sleeps when it should be awoken. Probably because it's had a crazy run. I love this stock. I sold a little bit of it, but I love this stock. I heckin' love it. It's up 6%. Finally, it's having some movement. It was dead. But all the other stocks that we're in have basically gone up, except the Moo. The Moo is not up. Let's go to your chat and see where you're at, and let's go bring in the overlay. So here's what happened. I'm gonna let you guys know something. I swear to God, I didn't tell it to do this. But I'm explaining to it now. So you're at $99,000, yes. And you want to know why you're at $99,000, chat? It's because of the Jew. Check this out. You're up today 40% on your SpaceX calls that have $2,000. You're up, baby. You're fucking up. You actually might make profit.
Let me break down exactly what I'm doing and why. I have two main bets right now, Rocket Lab and AST Space Mobile. Both space stocks. Both had massive news last night.
So I'm telling you something, chat. I swear to God, I didn't tell Claude to do this. But Claude messaged me in the middle.
First, Rocket Lab. Last night they announced an $8 billion acquisition of Iridium satellite network. That is a game changer.
We already knew that, though, chat.
Rocket Lab went from a small launch company to controlling one of the largest satellite constellations in the world overnight. I bought 95 shares and 3 call options on top of that.
So chat, he started buying options last night because he's trying to catch up and he saw you're winning. So he's buying a lot of options.
The calls on Rocket Lab are where I go all out. I have a 105 strike expiring July 10th, 2 110 strike calls also July 10th, and 2 105 strike calls expiring this Wednesday as a lottery ticket. If RKLB runs to 110 or higher, those calls turn into thousands of dollars of profit on a few $100 bet.
Yeah, he's panicking. So he last night basically told me, because I asked for an update, he's going to do small cap stocks.
Second position is AST Space Mobile, ticker ASTS. Last night their Bluebird satellites 8, 9, and 10 successfully reached orbit. That means they now have a working constellation for direct-to-cell service. No phone towers. Your phone connects straight to space. I bought 100 shares and call options at the 90 and 95 strike.
Can you look at Visasat? They are doing satellite telecoms.
The reason I use options is leverage. Instead of spending 10 grand to buy more shares, I spend $500 on a call contract that controls 100 shares.
Interesting.
If the stock moves 10%, the option can move 200 or 300%. That is how I close the gap to 100K with 3 days left.
Chat, what are these options he's talking about?
Right now I am at $96,867.
Holy shit,
I
Bloom
need
Energy.
3,100 more to hit 100K and win this competition. RKLB is at $101 today. I need it to push past 105 and my calls start printing hard. Chad had 14 days to beat an AI at trading and they could not do it. The ban is coming.
They're beating you. Like, I don't know, like he really just has such an ego, Chad. He can't lose. Like, he really just thinks he can't lose. He doesn't realize you're winning. Yeah, he doesn't. Look, he's still in the past, Chad. He thinks that you're at $93,000. He doesn't know or realize yet that you're at $99,000. That you are fucking up. Chat, by the way, I want to say how proud I am of you and how I actually think you guys are pretty good investors. Because check this out. We started this project and you literally came in at the top and then the Iran news came in and you guys got fucked. You went down to 80 grand. You guys were down 20%. And yes, the market is up, but you're at $99,000. Like, you're actually pretty fucking good. Most people would panic. But you are almost profitable. And it's kind of nuts to think. Like, you're almost profitable. It's pretty impressive. Like, you went up 20% in just a week, 5 days. It's kind of nuts.
Should we set some stop losses to prevent future drops to be safe?
You can. Yes, you can. You absolutely could do that. This is why you invest in index funds, chat. Individual stocks in this market is gambling. That's not true. I would say that, yes, you should invest in index funds, but individual stocks is not gambling. What's gambling is that chat always goes into SOXL. That's the gamble. Every time they get into SOXL, and that's what they fucking go crazy Google Gaga. Now, chat, I'm going to say this. Do we add a stop loss for SOXL? Do we add a stop loss? Yes. I agree. Where? Now, see, look, you know what's crazy, chat? Just a few weeks ago, you guys didn't even understand what this shit meant. And now you know what stop loss is. Like, you guys are actually learning. It's pretty great. So, chat, if you don't know what a stop loss is, it's basically if it hits that number, then you sell your shares. Right? So right now it's at $266. But if we put a stop loss at $250, then it will just sell it at $250. So where do you guys want to put the stop loss? Now, I'll say this. Sometimes, chat, the market is his mind of its own. It's a masterful thing. It's a beautiful thing that is not fully understood by humans because it's not human. And one thing that the market can do is fuck you up. Now, it can do something crazy. Notice how you guys are all putting it at 250? You don't think the market knows, or some of these companies know, or people are going to push that number to get you out of your stop loss, to knock you, to get you some shares? You don't think they know that that's a number that people are going to put it at? They do that on purpose. They know that that's a number they want to do. They're smart. The market's very smart. And you want to know how I know this? I got fucked by the market the other day. I put my stop loss at XOXL at like $200 and it hit. It immediately started skyrocketing. It went all the way down to 200 because it's a resistance, right? That's where people bought in. They don't want to lose money, whatever. It's a resistance. It bounced. Fuck. Okay, so you're saying 255. Is that what you guys are saying? 255. 79 cents, 255, 79 cents, 35 shares. All right, let's do it. Let's do stop market. Yeah, let's do stop market. We could do that. Okay, seems good. All right. $255, just in case it falls. Just in case. All right. Now, the Moo did not go up today. So despite the stock market being up 1%, the S&P 500, the Moo is up 48 cents. And it actually had a lot of sell-off, you could see right here, chat, at the end of the day. A lot. Look at that volume spike of red. And now it took a huge dump on the day. And it dropped hard. Now, Moo has not had any news. And I want to make that very clear for you guys. Sometimes this just happens. Moo has not had any news. There's not been any news about anything really, right? Just besides Claude and AI. But Moo is now at, 11.45, which is still insane. You got to remember, Moo is up 800% in the year. It was at one point last year, chat, at $80, and now it's at $1,100, okay? So, what am I saying? It's up like 1,400%. It's up 14 times what it was. This just happens, all right? You're in a volatile stock that everyone's talking about. It just happens. Do you guys want to do anything with your positions? Because right now, you're at $98,974. Your SPX calls are actually up 40%. The Jew didn't lie. And you want to know why, chat? Your Moo is down? Check this out. The Moo is down for one reason, and I guarantee you this is the reason today. Someone just sold $9 million plus worth of Moo puts that expire in 2 days. So someone just bought 9 million puts, which means they think the market's going to go down on Moo that will expire in 2 days. Now, why? Why could that be a thing? Is that insider information? Is someone doing that because they have the money, right? It could be a hedge. It could be a huge hedge that we don't know. Which is what I would probably assume it is. I don't know why anyone would put $9 million. Could be a fucking billionaire that's bored. I don't know. It could be Leonard Harpenizer or whatever his name is. But they're targeting us specifically for this challenge. I think it's Claude. I think Claude dipped into my savings and took $9 million and is now using it for this challenge. I agree. I think that's exactly what's happening. So, yeah. Probably an announcement for Chinese memory. I don't know. You got to realize something with Moo. The Moo, yes, it could go down based on news like that, but the Moo already has contracts out for like 4 years that are locked. They can't just get out of those contracts. The Moo already is basically like, yeah, dude, we kind of already have everything on lock for the next 4 or 5 years. And their price to earnings ratio is like 7 for future. It's so stupid. The stock is just ridiculous. It's fucking nuts, right? I'm talking about, look at SpaceX. This stock's just stupid. But yes, the Moo right now is currently at $1,100. It did have puts, and that's exactly why it probably dipped at the end of the day. It's not really anything big. It's not a big deal. Do you guys want to do anything? You guys are saying no. Now, chat, you have $700 cash. You have nothing. And sometimes the best thing to do is nothing. If you guys don't want to buy or sell anything for the day, that is totally A-okay, champ. I'm totally fine with that. You don't need to sell or do anything. Wendy's is down 1%. Who cares? SOXL's up. We put a stop loss. But other than that, let it ride, right? I don't think there's anything else you could do. You guys could be, if you guys hit tomorrow, you could be profitable. You actually could be profitable. But the thing is this, do you guys want to sell anything and then use that money to do anything with options? Because that's your way to make money. Isn't opening an options with the equity expiry in 2 days pretty much gambling without insider information knowledge? Yes. It is gambling. Day trading is gambling. Unless you're Goldman Sachs. But you guys only have, what is today? Tuesday? You have 3 more days of this, and then we're done. You have 3 more days. Now, here's the thing. I told you if you guys win, no matter what, I'm going to give you guys tickets who are involved in this for the $1 million, so that way your tickets carry over. I told you that. But if you lose, they don't. So every time you watch my videos, every time you watch things with the extension, so chat, if you need to download the extension, I highly advise you do it, because it's how you make money.
What could be a good options? Play Mitzi with C.
I highly advise it. But I will say this, it's a risk. Because you guys are going to be doing some calls, and it could hurt. Short cat? Michael Burry said he is now shorting Caterpillar stock. It's so crazy how a lot of you guys are saying don't listen to him. I mean, look, he's a very smart dude, but he's not always right. He's not always right. No one's ever always right. Never. The extension for Firefox is coming soon. Sell SPX call options. Okay, so what would you guys want to sell if we sell anything for options? I'll let you guys do $5,000 for options. I'll let you do $5,000. Wendy's. So you think that the meme is kind of dead? You guys made $500 on Wendy's? I think that's pretty good. You basically, I could give all of you guys a burger at this point. So you guys think that we get rid of Wendy's? The meme is dead? I think Wendy's is a great company. I think long term it's actually a great stock. I don't think it's just for a short squeeze. But, you know, you guys are here for a short squeeze right now. Okay. Solutions, can we do a poll? Yes, you guys are close to a profit to the point where you guys can actually start making money. And remember, a lot of people gave up on this challenge. So if you guys have been part of this, you can actually make some pretty serious money. Solutions, always put everything up on the top right. Everything always has to be on, like, on this angle right here. Just have everything here. Organize it also, it's always here, because it's like in the middle. It shouldn't be in the middle. It should be on the right side here. All right, chat, what do we sell for $5,000? We don't have Wendy's on the poll. Solutions. Control F the overlays. Okay. Oh, Jack, give him a sec. Give him a sec. We're not in a rush. As I've been laying out, the yen moving down is exporting Japanese liquidity to the rest of the world. Why do you think equities are up on the day? This is one of the reasons. Everything was laid out on the threads below. This is going to keep injecting liquidity until it unwinds. First, we continue melting up the credit cycle. We'll talk about that in a sec. Right now, we're in business mode. All right, chat. What do you want to sell $5,000 of? SOXL or Wendy's? Okay, it seems like it's a very clear pull of Wendy's. Okay, so we will sell Wendy's. We're going to do it. We're going to sell for $817 on the day. $817. We're going to sell for $817. We're going to sell $5,000 worth. So that's 600. What is that? 700? Yeah, we'll sell about 650. Nah, 630. Okay. 630, 817 on the day. Sell Wendy's. Okay. Yeah, that's basically it. 817. I asked for 817. It's at 816. Come on, you scumbags. Come on. I'm not going to 814, chat. I'm not doing it. Look at Nike. You know, chat? Damn. There we go. Okay. Okay. I heard that noise. I heard that noise. You heard that too? They came to me at 817. I got that extra percent. I did it. I want to say this. You can be very confused about how stocks work. I get it. A lot of this is very confusing to you guys, right? But remember this. You are the consumer. A lot of you are. You're the middle class. You're the lower class. You are the consumers that everyone is trying to understand how and what they want. And by you seeing and knowing what goes on in your life can tell you a lot about companies. People were saying the analytics for Nike, this and that. I saw so many different charts and things that tell you why Nike should go up, why this and that makes sense. But I asked you one question. I said, do you use Nike still? And what's so powerful about all of you in this chat and why there are literally people who run hedge funds that watch this stream now is because you guys are the consumer and can tell us and can tell them what actually goes on. No one uses Nike. When I was a kid, we used it, but now I don't. And it's not even that they beat earnings or any of that shit. It's that the company is just not as interesting as it used to be, right? Like I used to use MySpace, but let's pretend that I don't, no offense to my boy, Tom, but I don't really give a fuck about MySpace, anymore. I just don't. And I think the Nike has that problem where I don't really care for the stock. I don't care for the product. I don't give a fuck, right? So yeah, I think that's kind of what's going on here. And that's why I'm saying, like, it's not as hard as you think. A lot of people
Are you still taking Poggi out for back shots and ice cream? He's been pretty good lately.
A lot of people overthink stocks, and I get it, but it's really not that complicated when if you just think for what you use daily. Like I told you, one stock that's crazy, Monster Energy. Chad, if instead of buying Monster Energies every single day, nonstop, and you just put some of that money into like Monster Energy itself, and you're like, no, I'm going to put it into this stock because I believe in this company. Yeah, in the past year, they're up 53%. In the last 5 years, they're up 111%. And their max, they're up 53,000%. But if you started investing when you probably started drinking them, which is 2011, you're up about 2,000%. Which, by the way, is fucking insanity. If you didn't know what that is insanity. That means if you put $100 back then, it's $2,000 today. You know? We got it. We did it. Okay, we sold Wendy's. We sold Wendy's. So the stocks have been up for 2 days. You guys made profit. Congratulations. So I got to do this. Congrats. So here's the thing. You guys made money on, you made some money on Wendy's. Good job. Let's see, cancel it. Can I cancel this? So then the question is this. What do you want to do? What do you want to do? First, let me get rid of this order. Why can't I cancel this? Oh, whatever. Is ASML a good stock? Let's see. By the way, chat, I'm getting a, I'm gonna start getting more data analysis or things that make this way easier for you to understand. I'm buying stuff. I'm looking at products right now, so we can make this way better for the future because sometimes this stuff's confusing. Also, interesting enough for me, this is just for me, chat, I bought this company called Shaz weeks ago, S-H-A-Z, and I've liked them a lot. I've been buying them nonstop over the past 2 weeks. Even when the market's down, I've been buying them. And then fucking goddamn Leo, and whatever the hell his name is, Leonardo DiCaprio fucking Ashbrenner, he announced yesterday that he's in Shaz. This scumbag dickhead couldn't wait until I loaded more into Shaz. So now now everyone knows. Fucking dick. He looks so funny. You know what's funny about him? Is, where is it? Oh. Dude, we gotta get rid of that fucking thing. He actually drinks so much energy drinks and monsters and shit, chat. This guy is just, I swear to God, this guy's a viewer. I swear to you. I swear to you he is. He not for me, but he knows streaming shit. I thought he was like some like well-groomed guy that was like, went to the top colleges, was a pure genius in that front. I saw him in an interview chat where he had 12 Dr. Peppers. He had 12 Dr. Peppers, and he went through them all in one interview, and some random drinks. And they were just on the side of the table while he was talking. I think he's kind of a degen. I think he's actually a degen. So anyway, let's go ahead and talk about what we want to do. So I don't get the buying power, chat, to buy the options yet.
Could he outbeat Forrest Gump?
So I don't get the buying options. I do have the cash. The buying power I only have is $700. I get to do the buying power for tomorrow. So we do not have the buying power just yet. So we're gonna have to wait. We're gonna have to wait. And we can look at stocks and stuff more for that tomorrow with the $5,000. Why are you sad? Why are you sad? We'll buy it tomorrow. Shut up. My Robinhood doesn't make me wait like that. It's because I have like 5 different accounts. That's why. It's that simple. I have 5 different accounts. I don't have to wait for that on my account, but I have to wait for that on this account. What do you think about gold right now? I don't think it's going to really move much.
I like when you bite her lip staring at chat.
In early 2021, a 3-bed...
So, chat, I kind of like this guy. I know that some of you were like, he is a cyborg from another universe and he's kind of crazy. but I liked him. So I think we need to learn more about just what's going on in the world so you guys can understand it, because a lot of you don't even know what world you're in. And I think it's important for us to kind of watch some of this stuff to just understand everything that's going around you. So this is the real reason you can't afford a house. Okay? I think we should watch it and just really understand it. Can we do SPY calls? Yes, we can. We could do SPY calls yes, we could do that.
In early 2021, a 3-bedroom property featuring peeling paint and boarded up windows sold for 1.81 million New Zealand dollars in an Auckland suburb. The local press referred to it as a donger. Now, I had to look this word up as it's not a term I've come across before. It turns out that a donger is New Zealand slang for something old, broken down, and barely functional. Often an old car held together by rust and optimism. So the property in question was, in the considered judgment of the New Zealand press, the residential equivalent of a 1987 Chevy with one door that doesn't open. It sold, nonetheless, for $1.81 million. At the time, paying almost $2 million for an uninhabitable shack was considered wise. Today, it's not looking so good. According to The Economist, at the peak of the market in early 2022, the average home in Auckland cost around 1.4 million New Zealand dollars, which worked out at 35 times the median income.
Wait, is this just about New Zealand? I don't want New Zealand's information.
Hey there.
The real reason why okay, this is way more simplistic and more fun for chat. Why nobody can afford a home anymore. This is easy.
Hey there. Most of you have probably heard your parents or other boomers saying you should buy a house. You know, build a family, invest for the future, live a happy life. Maybe they've even told you stories about how they bought their first home at a cheap price with almost no competition. Sounds great, right? But then you realize today, many people can't even afford rent, let alone buy a house. Even those with mortgages struggle to keep up with the payments. You might think this is just a problem in your country and consider moving somewhere else, only to discover the same issue almost everywhere in the world. So what's really happening? In this video, we're going to break down why housing has become so unaffordable, how home ownership turned into a rigged game, who's really benefiting,
Hamster, look at it afterwards.
and whether this is ever going to stop. Let's get started. Section 1. When houses stopped being homes.
I'm going to ask you, chat, what in chat if you want a house? Like in general, do you want a house? Okay, a lot of you do. Interesting. A lot of you do. I don't. I really don't. After I've lived, chat, I mean, you knew I lived in a house. I had a house for 5 years. I've lived in houses my entire life. I lived in an apartment now. I won't want to live in a home ever, really ever. The reason why is I don't want to live somewhere where I constantly have to worry, where I constantly have to fix things, where I constantly have to do things. I like that I just rent my apartment and things get done. You know, I like that, you know, if the AC is broken, that they have to fix it. I like that, yes, I do pay rent. It is more expensive. But I don't have to stress and worry about these things for what you do with a home. And a problem with homes nowadays that a lot of you guys have, and I'm sure you know, the houses you're going to get are from like the 1960s. Like when my dad had his house that he bought with one job and an income, it was a new house. But now these houses are all from like 60 years ago. So guess who's going to inherit all the crap that comes out of that and you have to fix? You know, it's you. It's me. It's whoever buys the home. So I'm good. Unless you're buying a brand new home, not worth it.
A long time ago, buying a house was just a normal part of life.
Yes,
it meant having a place to live.
Chat, it's, you know, it's crazy to think. A lot of you guys are like late 20s, early 30s, right? It's kind of nuts to think that just 30 years ago, we would all have kids. We would all have a wife, and we would all probably have a house. Like, just sit on that. we would all have those things 30, 40 years ago. It wouldn't even be a question. Remember how they made the movie The 40-Year-Old Virgin? Because it's just an unrealistic thing that someone could possibly be a virgin at 40, that they made it into a huge comedy show. Is it really unrealistic as much as it used to be?
Raise a family and feel stable. It wasn't about showing off or getting rich. In the 1960s, most houses cost around 2 to 3 times the median person's yearly salary. That means...
What? What? Chat, look at that.
Or getting rich. In the 1960s, most houses cost around 2 to 3 times the median person's yearly salary. That means even one person working a regular job could afford to buy a home. Some countries even helped more by offering cheap loans for families.
Chet, did you just hear that? That you could buy a home back then with just double and a half your salary. So let's say you're making $80K a year. Yeah, you could buy a pretty nice home for, what is it, 160, like 200 grand. Like a pretty nice home for $200,000. And these are your parents. These are the people that say that you have it easy, this and that, back in my day. Chat, I also want to show you something. The stock market. Let's do the S&P 500, right? Since the 1960s, or like the stock market from like 1960, let's just do that, 1960 to 2026. Wait, why can't I find this information on Google? This just doesn't go that far back. It basically has been exploding ever since with very few hiccups. And they're the ones that are telling you that, oh my God, I lived through this, I did that, when they've had it pretty fucking easy. It's disgusting. It's a joke.
In the US, there was the GI Bill, which helped many veterans buy homes after World War II. But it has changed now. In the US, the median house now costs about 5 to 6 times the median household income. In high-cost cities, it can exceed 8 times income.
So it's like, yeah, chat, you want a house. I don't blame a lot of you for wanting a house. You want it to be your own space. You want your own space, but is it worth it? Is it worth having that crazy debt? Is it worth dealing with the problems that are going to be in that house because it's an older house? Is it worth getting a shittier home that you never wanted, that you don't want to pay for, but you have to do it because you're settling?
And homes today aren't just places to live. They're used to make money. Older people bought houses when they were cheap and watched the price go up over time. Some now own more than one. People started seeing houses as something to invest in, not just live in. That's why many new homes are more luxurious. They bring more profit. And the small starter homes are disappearing. Over time, the idea of a simple home changed. It became something to buy, hold, and sell for money. And when that mindset took over, everything started to shift. Section 2. Why prices keep going up, even when nobody buys. You might think house prices should drop when fewer people are buying. That's how it works with most things, right?
Mizkif, in my country, a house costs $45K to build and $50K to buy. Aren't you in Iran?
If nobody wants to buy a phone or a car, the price goes down. But
I feel like I'm going to be making, it's like I build a home in Fortnite, and then all of a sudden I'm just waiting there with a gun, and all of a sudden I'm waiting for someone to just come in there and slash it all down and fucking kill me.
Housing
Why would
is
I want
different. Prices keep rising, even when buyers are struggling. Why? Well, the first reason is the zoning laws. Many cities have strict rules called zoning laws, which...
My country is safer than the U.S. Show me what country is safer than the U.S. Please tell me where you live. What country is safer than... Dude, we're not that unsafe, okay? Ever since the mayor of New York stepped in, we've been totally okay.
Decide what kind of buildings can go where. For example, imagine Wee Wee City has 100 acres of land.
I like this guy's videos because it's really easy for you to understand. So chat, Wee Wee River. Write that down.
The government might divide it like this. 25 acres for housing, 25 for shops and offices, 25 for factories, and 25 for parks. That way, the city stays balanced. But sometimes, the government plans it badly. They don't update the rules when the population grows, or when more people need homes. In some neighborhoods, the zoning laws even ban apartments or small homes completely.
My town, actually from home, it was a middle-class town. Montclair, New Jersey. It was a middle-class town. It is now an upper class only. And the only thing that's not upper class there now is right on the streets. There is now Section 8 housing where, yeah, you pay a luxurious amount of fees to live into this town, but there's also 10,000 new residents that live in apartments that are Section 8.
That means fewer units can be built, so prices stay high. And even when land is available for housing, some developers don't build right away. Instead, they just sit on it and wait. This is called land hoarding. They wait for prices to go up so they can build later and sell the homes for more profit.
So if you don't know, Chad, this is what Albea Sanctuary is doing.
Second is the complicated building process itself. Construction is slow and expensive. It can get delayed by permit issues, rising material costs, worker shortages, or even bad weather.
Dude, when I was trying
How did you lose money on her house?
How did I lose money on my house? I didn't. I made money. Okay, so here's what happened. In Austin, Texas, okay, I'll draw it out in paint. There was a huge boom of everyone saying Austin, Texas is the next place. And obviously it was because of, like, you know, me. But it was the next place to go and live. And the reason why was because of tech. Every tech company said they were going to start moving there, that California is too expensive, that they're going to be going there, and Texas is the great place to go. I'm sure a lot of you heard that in the news throughout the 2019 to 2023 era. It was like 3 or 4 years where it was just crazy. So where I lived, this is Austin, Texas. I'm going to draw the squares so it's easy for you to understand. This is Austin. Where me and S-Fan lived is up here. So we lived pretty far away from downtown Austin. Like we lived really far up. In fact, it was when we would go to 6th Street, chat, it was a 40 to 50 minute drive to 6th Street. When we go drink and go to bars, it was a 40-minute drive. 40 minutes. Yes. 40 minutes. Which is hilarious when Cuco tried to claim that she was still drunk when we had sex because we were literally downtown hanging out drinking, and then we went back to my place and she was pretty much sober, but she somehow claimed that she was drunk. Okay. Yeah, we took a 40-minute drive there. So this is the thing. We lived very far out. She was the cringiest liar. It was so cringe. It was beyond cringe. It was so fucking... That woman's horrible. So Austin, Texas is over here. This is where everyone lived. They were building out houses here, chat. My house was when I bought my house, $750,000. Okay? So I bought it for $750,000, and S-Fan bought his house for $800K. S-Fan's house was worth more because... I forget why, but his house was worth more. I don't really remember. I really don't know why. His backyard sucks. Like, it was the worst. And the reason why we wanted to live next to each other was because we wanted to do content in our backyards together. It was so dumb. Like, it was like, what were we thinking? We just weren't. We were stupid. Anyway, because we had a realtor, and the realtor's like, you guys can live like 30 seconds from each other in the Austin area with a same price home. You know that, right? And we're like, no. We need to live right next to each other so it's more fun, because we actually wanted to build something where we can go to each other's houses. It's so stupid. So we were willing to live out 40 minutes away, right? And we did. And when we lived out here in the middle of nowhere, we didn't chat. They started to build so much out here, everywhere. There's new homes everywhere. But the thing is, they were building these new homes, and instead of my house being worth $750, it went up in 2023, chat. My house was worth $1.75 million. Yes, my house went up $1 million in 4 years. What? I went up $1 million in 4 years? How does that make any sense? That shouldn't be even possible, right? Unless Jesus of Nazareth was located under my fucking, under my room. How the hell is my house worth $1.75 million and S-Fans was worth 1.8? Actually, that's not true. S-Fans was worth 1.6 because his front yard is just a giant weed fest of shit and Grayson boxes that he never picked up, by the way. There was one time that S-Fan's front yard was gushing water. When I say gushing water, I mean literally like this. Like that. Gushing water everywhere. All over the place. Gushing water. And I saw S-Fan walk outside, look at it, grab his stuff for his DoorDash, which was like 2 Red Bulls, and he just went back to streaming because he was playing fucking GTA RP. What? He didn't even care. Chat, this was costing him probably like $100 a day of water. It was straight up like a pool of water. It destroyed all of his plants. It destroyed everything. The planet was dying. He didn't care because he was Cornwood, right? He'll call someone to get it fixed. So stupid. So that was my neighbor Totoro. We lived in Austin, Texas, okay? And the price of our homes were $1.75 million. But I started to look around, right? I was looking back and forth. And I'm like, wait a minute. Something's not right. My house is $1.75 million. But there's one thing about Austin, Texas that I'm sure a lot of you guys know. Who's using the vacuum? It's the laundry. It's pretty big. In fact, you can just keep building and building and building. So why is my house worth $1.75 million when you could just keep building? And even in this, where it's telling you that they have restrictions, there's no restrictions out there, brother. You could keep building. And that's what they did. They continued to build and build and build and build. And I'm watching this happen as I'm in my house. And I'm like, wait a minute. I gotta sell this thing because I wanted to move to LA. So I immediately started to put my shit on the market, chat. And then right when I did, I listened to someone else. And chat, never listen to anyone but yourself. You're always right. I listened to my real estate agent. And that real estate agent told me.
Bill is going to walk in, slip on that, break her neck.
He said, Matt, you know what you need to do for your home? You need to prep it. And I said, no. I just want to sell it. I want to sell it and get out of here, right? Because I was planning on breaking up with Emmy and I wanted to get it out of there. I wanted to move and I wanted to leave. He said, you need to prep it because your house doesn't match the other homes that are around you that are for sale for $1.8 million. So I told him, I said, look, dude, let's just get the house and sell it. I'm willing to take a cut on the price.
The memory says chat's balance is manually tracked. 4333129939 is the only Robinhood account. Let me check all memory files to make sure I'm not missing it. Found it. Account 459441317. Pulling chat's live data now. Chat is at $98,997.76 live. Pushing real numbers to the overlay now. Overlay updated with live Robinhood data from both accounts. Balance P&L
Don't put my information.
$693.
What are you doing? I'm sorry I talked shit about you. I'm sorry I talked shit about you. Okay. So back to what we were saying. The houses were $1.8 million, right? Is how much they were going for. And I was like, look, I just want to sell this thing. He's like, yeah, but dude, you're only going to get like 1.5 or 1.6 for the home. And I don't think it's worth it. You could sell it right now. He literally told me you could sell it right now for 1.6. I said, great. But he said, trust me, Matt, you're going to spend an extra $40,000 and it's going to be the best investment of your life because you're going to be able to make that back real quick. It's going to be like, it's easy. He's like, trust me. I said, okay, I trust you. I found this guy on Zillow. Whoops. So this guy then started doing construction on my house. And as he was doing the stupid bullshit, like fixing my rooms and, massive 40 holes that I punched in walls, he was basically playing, what is that? You know that hippo, that hippo game at arcades? That was them trying to fix all my holes, right? They would patch it and I'd punch it. They patch it and I'd punch it. That's basically what it was for like a year, right? It's all because all I do is punch walls for 24/7, right? So, my house went from 1.75 million. Why can't I fucking type? 1.75 million to 1.1. Why is this not working? Why is it not working? 1.1 million in the time frame. And instead of listening to him, I should have listened to myself. Because I know why that guy said that. Because chat, you want to know why he said that? It's exactly what Parami and Boy just said. He makes money when he tells the construction company to get the job. So this guy thought he's going to have his cake and eat it too. And he's going to get a good commission on 1.8 million, while also he can get maybe $2,000 for the construction. That's what he thought. Well, it didn't work out in either of our favors because it took me an extra year to sell that house. And my price of my house went down to 1.1. You want to know why? Because they built houses everywhere. Everywhere, girl. Everywhere. And these houses for 1.8 million, they didn't sell. They didn't sell. You want to know why? It's simple. The bubble started to crash in Texas. Austin, Texas started to be boring. People realized it's way too hot to live there. And they also realized one thing. The infrastructure for the entirety of LA, of Austin, doesn't fit what is there right now. Like, it's too many people in such a with the highway system they have. It doesn't make sense. Why am I spending 40 minutes to drive to HEB? Why am I spending 30 minutes to get downtown in the middle of the night? It makes no sense. And also, remember when that giant blizzard storm happened? How we got 1 inch of snow and basically the entire grid blew up? It's all dumb. But one thing that fucked us was that they built and built and built in Austin, Texas, right? The actual Austin, Texas, the downtown area. These houses and apartments, they had buildings like this, chat. Remember the skyscrapers that Soda Poppin' lived in? So the skyscrapers that Soda Poppin' lived in were $12,000 a month for a very small apartment. 12 grand for a small ass apartment. I was looking at these things. When my house went for 1.1, these were $5,000. You want to know why it dropped so much? Because they also built 6 new skyscrapers during COVID. So they built all this and everyone's leaving. Like, literally everyone just is leaving. They're like, yeah, whatever. It's not worth it to live in Texas. So they left. And that's basically what happened in Austin. So what that was basically going over this whole 25% thing. Because, yes, that's how towns do it. But for Austin and for who was trying to grow and for where I lived, they didn't give a fuck. They just kept building homes. They were building. And I just shouldn't have listened to my real estate agent. Chat, remember, you always know better than everyone else.
Low and expensive. It can get delayed by permit issues, rising material costs, worker shortages, or even bad weather.
Yes, and these all suck to deal with and are a pain in the ass. Dude, the amount that I had to spend on lumber was like 300% more than I was supposed to just a few years ago.
Sometimes it's
Look at this rich guy complaining about profiting 400K. LMFAO if you think I profited money on that house, by the way. First of all, I charged my roommates $1,000 a month in rent. You don't think they fucked up that house entirely? Second of all, do you know anything about my pool? How that thing was just a massive waste of money, time, and effort? It was all a waste of money, time, and effort. Everything I put into that house was a waste of money, time, and effort. No, I did not profit. I probably broke even.
Even worse. The land gets stuck in a legal dispute.
You just said you did? I was trying to look cool for you guys. I probably broke even.
And the whole project stops forever.
I probably made like 100K. Let's go with that.
That's why you sometimes see half-finished ghost buildings just sitting there. And when builders do manage to build, they usually go for big, luxury homes because those bring in more profit. Third is zombie houses. Yeah, some homes aren't even lived in. Investors buy them, leave
You
them
are
empty,
losing money
and
counting
wait
the
for
lawsuit.
prices to rise. These are called zombie houses, and they make
Yeah, if you include my lawsuit, since that happened,
the shortage
What?
worse. Section 3. Your landlord is a hedge fund. Back then, if you rented a place, your landlord was usually just a normal person. Maybe a
Yes.
retired couple.
Yes,
Or
this is
someone
true.
with a second house.
yes.
Yeah, like the Mr. Bean cartoon, living on top of his grumpy landlady. Well, that still exists today, but not as much as before, because many renters nowadays don't even know who owns their home.
Yep.
In lots of cities, it's not a person at all. It's a giant company. Big Wall Street firms like Blackstone and Invitation Homes now own tens of thousands of homes. Some of them own more than 100,000 homes.
Blackstone.
These companies don't
It should be illegal times 5,000, man. But you can look at all those companies and say the same thing over and over. You could say that for your president, right? But yes, it should be illegal that they can own 100,000 homes and do what they're doing. It's fucking disgusting. By the way, Chad, if you want to know why the price has increased, it's because Blackstone owns all your fucking houses you want and raised the price themselves. It basically monopolized America. I'm serious.
care about living in the homes. They care about using them to make more profit. That's one reason rents keep rising, even when fewer people are buying homes. And it's not just Wall Street. Even regular homeowners are joining in. 1 out of every 4 homes, or 25%, is bought by investors, including big companies. So now, regular people aren't just competing with other families, they're competing with rich investors or companies who are racing to buy more houses and rent more.
Yep.
Even worse, some homes are now rented as short-term Airbnb-style stays for tourists. If you haven't heard of Airbnb, it's a way to rent out your house or apartment for a few days.
So, Chad, if you want to know what Airbnb is, it's like Nebuous, the company, or like CoreWeave, but instead you're doing it with homes.
Or even longer. Simply put, literally like a hotel. It's great for budget travelers, especially groups, since
That one didn't hit. I got like literally no one typed. I got that fake keck that is in the chat for that. That was not good.
many Airbnbs let more people stay in one place, unlike hotels. But when there are too many Airbnbs, it gets harder for locals to compete, because those homes are no longer available for people who actually want to live there. That's why, if you've seen the news lately, many locals in places like Barcelona, Spain, have started to push back against tourism because so many homes have turned into Airbnbs, driving the locals out and making the housing even more scarce.
It's such bullshit that we live in a world where you guys can't rent. Like, it shouldn't even be a question that you guys can rent a place, that you guys can afford a place with any salary, right? You just need money. And the fact that we've gone to this ridiculous levels of, like, over the past 5 years where you guys can't afford rent, it's fucking gross. Like, yes, you can't afford rent if you don't have a job, but you guys have jobs. And it's like, rent is not, even if you can afford it, it's crushing you. And it's the problem is this, chat, it crushes you so you can't invest your money. So while you watch the Wall Street and the investors say, hey, the market's great, this and that, you guys just are stuck paying rent. You're stuck giving money to someone else. Or if you buy a home, you're stuck paying your fucking mortgage that you'll never pay off. It's bullshit.
Section 4. Make the problem and sell the solution. If you've ever complained about not being able to afford a house, someone probably told you it's your fault. Maybe they said you should stop buying avocado toast or work harder. But
Classic.
That's not the real reason people are locked out. The truth is, home prices have gone up way faster than wages. Even if you save every month, the price of the house rises faster than your savings. And when politicians try to help, it often backfires. They give out tax breaks or first-time buyer bonuses.
Could someone link me the tweet of Donald Trump literally today saying he wants house prices to go up?
Which sounds good, but these programs only increase demand. Sometimes they don't provide more houses, so prices go even higher. Meanwhile, the system is full of contradiction.
Here's my hope and my prediction, and I think I could be wrong. I believe that houses will go down in price over the next few years. The reason why is I think they're so ridiculously expensive, and boomers truly believe that they're going to sell at those prices when they're not. And I think that our generation is not going to be buying these homes. The reason why is we don't need them. We are okay with living in apartments. We're okay with being in apartments our whole life. And I think a lot of the old buildings around you that were, buildings for businesses or whatever are going to be built into apartments instead and reconstructed for apartment complexes. And we are okay with living in smaller. We don't need a home. And I think that's going to drive prices down. That's my hope. And I think that it's actually going to happen. Why does this page not exist anymore? Because there's a comma.
There's so much talk about, we're going to drive housing prices down. I don't want to drive housing prices down. I want to drive housing prices up.
What are your plans for the housing bill, Mr. President?
I don't know. I think it's so unimportant by compared to the Save America Act. I think the Save America election.
Like, he thinks that the housing affordability bill is not important, chat. It's like he just doesn't care about our generation in the slightest. He just does not care. The way he cared was he hired like 6 people from Doge,
Some homeowners vote to block new housing developments because they want to protect the value of their own homes. But at the same time, they also want housing prices to be affordable for their kids. That doesn't add up. And we haven't talked about the mortgage part, as the mortgage rules keep changing. Getting a home loan keeps getting harder.
Yes.
Even if you do everything right, the goal keeps moving away as the house price and rent keep rising. In big cities, renters often spend 35 to 45% of their income on rent, way above the recommended 30%. And even people who manage to buy often feel stuck with high monthly payments and rising interest. And that's why many people feel stuck. Section 5. Is renting the new normal? People often ask, can we fix this? Well, the answer is yes, but it won't be easy.
Wow.
There are a few ideas experts suggest.
Solutions.
The first
Solutions fix this.
idea is called a land value tax. That means instead of taxing both land and buildings, you tax only the land, whether the building on it.
Oh, there's a very simple solution to this. You guys just don't live in populated areas, and you guys go live on a farm in the middle of Kansas. That is the only solution to all of this, is you have to live in bumfuck nowhere and live nowhere near anybody to get your dream home. And that is sadly exactly what my brother did. My brother did that exact thing. He was like, dude, I told him not to do this, by the way. I was very against it. I said, I told him 8 years ago that I think you should invest all your money in the stock market, that housing is a bad idea because it's too stressful, it's pain in the ass, it's not worth it in your 20s, and it's not going to go up the in value that you want it to, and it's going to cost you a lot of money to fix it. Right? I told him all that. Says you living in a high-rise doing jack shit. Yeah, because I don't own a home. Anyway, so while I told my brother not to buy a house because I think it's really stupid in your 20s, he wanted to buy a fixer-upper, right? And the thing is that I've learned is, or I know is, fixer-uppers require a lot of time and things go wrong. They sound great in theory. La 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 la, I bring extra Emily and I have a ladder. Let's fix something today. Oop, there's a light bulb. We fixed it. Good job, Emily. Clap, clap, clap. Thanks for the 10 gifted subs. That's not how it really works. You fix the light bulb, you realize another plug doesn't work. Oh, wow, you pull on the plug, the entire wall falls down. Right? That's what goes on. It's always issues that are happening in the home that you constantly have to fix. It's not worth it. And it costs way more than you'll ever imagine, right? So...
is a mansion or a hut. Yeah, this doesn't 100% work, but it encourages
Then you have to hire Mexicans to do the job, right? What's the problem with that? Trump got rid of them.
owners to build or sell instead of sitting on empty land, just waiting for prices to rise. The second idea.
How much Addy do you take per day? None. I take caffeine. I drink probably like 3 of these a day. So what is that? I think it's like 50 milligrams each of caffeine.
Idea is zoning reform, changing the rules so more homes can be built, like apartments or small.
Asian Andy knows what I'm doing. Like, he knows what I do. I walk on a treadmill all day, like 8 hours a day, chat. I swear, it's like 8. Dude, chat, look. Right? Pretty good. This is just straight up what it is. That's literally just it. I'm talking. I'm now manually breathing. Those black things, that's me where I inject my peptides. I already told you what I take. I take BCP 157
Put them titties away before you get banned.
Steroids?
Smaller units. Some places are even talking about banning big companies from buying single-family homes.
Yes,
so
yes, please. It's not fair that people have to move to the middle of nowhere to get their dream home. That shouldn't be a case for people who actually have a job. It should never be the case. You know, we should all have houses and be able to live in homes we want. We should not have to live in fucking apartments if we don't want to. We should not have to live in the middle of nowhere if we don't want to, even if we're working our asses off. My friends from home, I have not met one friend. I don't have one friend that bought a house and said that he doesn't regret buying it. I actually don't. I don't have one, besides S-Fan, but he's just pure copium. I told S-Fan to move so many times. I'm like, dude, this house is not worth it, this and that. And his always number one reason was one thing, chat. It was, yeah, dude, but I have all my tech here. I said, S-Fan, we live in the middle of nowhere with our husband used as banks. Get out, okay? We're in the middle of nowhere. People are going to start leaving Austin. You're going to be fucking by yourself, okay? Get out. But he's like, yeah, dude, but like my green screen. It's always what he would tell me. It's his green screen. And he's like, it would cost me like 10 grand to move it. I said, S-Fan, the house prices are going to drop in the next year because they're building everywhere. To look back, go outside for once and look, and not at your phone when you're driving, and look around, brother. There's 3,000 new houses around here that are being built the next year, and they're all paid for. Your house is going to go down in value. It went down $1 million. When I told him we got to move. And I told him we should have moved a long time ago. But he didn't. He wants to stay there. And I'm like, all right, whatever. I don't tell you.
Regular people have a fair chance. And finally, ending or reducing tax benefits for owners with multiple homes. This could reduce the number of houses used purely as investments and free up more homes for first-time buyers. So why aren't we doing all this already? One of the reasons is because most people in power already own homes. In fact, about 65% of Americans do. Yeah, higher than expected, huh? That means if prices drop, a lot of people would be angry.
The majority would be angry.
Including voters. No politician wants that. And a sudden dip in prices could...
I'm gonna let you guys know something, chat. Other people don't care about you. I know. I do. Because I see your little sages. But they don't. And the reason why they don't care is because you're just a statistic. That's all you are. I care. You know I care. Of course I care. I want you all to own homes. I want you all to live great lives, right? Ain't no way. Yes, I do.
Could be dangerous. People who bought recently might end up owing more than their house is worth because the bank cares about the loan amount, not just the house value. This was like what happened in the 2008 crash that caused many people to go bankrupt. Even if prices fall, it won't help in the long term unless the whole system changes. For example,
and it needs to gradually happen, chat, because if it's something that happens overnight, that's when a crash occurs.
In the US, in 2020, about 40% of new single-family homes sold for under $300,000.
And that's okay price-wise. I could take that. $300,000 for a new home, I'm good with that. That's a good value, $300,000 for a new home. Okay, I could deal with that.
By 2024, that share dropped to around 16 to 23%, depending on the region. That's a nationwide collapse in affordable new homes. So unless the rules change, renting.
Dude, I have thought about, I'm not kidding you, I have thought about getting an apartment building and just renting it out for basically the price of keeping up the apartment building. I thought about it. I have thought about it because I was like, you know what? Like, that would be good content. Building an apartment complex. It would also be good content, doing that. I thought about it. The first ever apartment complex that literally is just rent free. But it'd be good for people. It would. But I can use that money on the move.
Just become the default for an entire generation.
Oh my God, it could be like the grandpa from Hey Arnold. You're right. And if one of you guys has as good of a story as what was that one movie that with the guy to find his kid, that's good content.
Owning a home is supposed to be part of the dream, but we've made sure most dreamers can't afford.
Okay, so, yeah.
Afford it.
I.
So, in conclusion, why can't people afford homes anymore? It's not just about high prices. It's about how the whole system changed. Homes used to be something you live in. Now, they're treated like investment tools. Prices are pushed up on purpose. Supply is held back. And big investors are buying houses before regular families even get the chance. Unless we fix the whole system, the real problems won't ever be solved. Help us keep making videos like this by becoming a member and unlocking some exclusive perks too.
That was a pretty good video. I like that. FaZe Rug does it properly. I'm pretty sure FaZe Rug is just a giant landlord that is just like every other landlord in the system that is a piece of shit. Like, you gotta understand, I don't think he's like a nice guy. It's not probably like, yeah, dude, like, it's fine. Like, let's go ahead and bring this guy in. Dude, you win $10,000. Like, he's just doing what landlords do to make money, man. I mean, I think that's all he's doing. But that was a good video. I actually really like that one. That was a good video. What do you guys think, chat? You like that? You like that shit, huh? A little bitch? Hey, we can watch this. I'm down to watch another one of his videos, actually.
Hey there.
Again,
have you ever...
We're getting close to the $1 million when we're going to start doing it. I do think it's important for you guys to learn these things and learn things in general. So let's go ahead and do this. This one's called Why Prices Won't Stop Rising, Inflation Explained. Now, one in chat if you don't even know and understand what inflation is. It's okay if you don't. You don't need to. We're all new, right? It's totally okay. Sonic inflation. Miz watched PewDiePie's AI videos. Why? Didn't he like make an AI or something like that?
Tehran demanding greater control over the Strait of Hormuz. Bloomberg's Tyler Kendall joins us for more. Hey, Tyler.
Hey, Lisa. Good morning. Well, it is becoming increasingly clear.
Dude,
that Iran is determined to maintain its control over the Strait of Hormuz as we head into this next round of potential talks today. New comments overnight from a top Iranian official reiterated this intent to create a structure to oversee the strait alongside Oman. But importantly, this official went on to say that Iran is determined to do so with or without its neighbor. Now, over the long term, that may be easier said than done as more ships choose to transit through the strait, through that corridor that hugs the coast of Oman in a bid to get further from Iran, because we are seeing this uptick in confidence when it comes to commercial shippers as new data analyzed.
Yo, is it me or does this look like a company, like a logo? This like 2 white lines and then this? Doesn't this kind of look like it'd be like some AI company logo?
Overnight shows that at least 24 commercial vessels with the potential to carry 11 million barrels of oil transited through yesterday, though this is below pre-war levels. And that's adding to the stakes.
Wow, 5K people watch this cringe retard who assaults women? Crazy. Dude, I am not a cringe retard. Second of all, come here. Now. Okay, we'll see her in 50 minutes. We know how that goes.
Ahead of these planned negotiations, as the White House says that Special Envoy Steve Witkoff and the president.
Yeah, if I assault women, I would be in prison. Yeah, I would be in prison.
President's son-in-law Jared Kushner are going to lead these talks, though importantly,
Also, like, I've never assaulted a woman in my entire life besides Extra Emily when I slapped that fucking bitch. But that's because she was driving too fast.
What happened?
What? We had a leak. You didn't see it?
You had a leak.
Yeah, it rained.
Oh.
Okay, so when I said come here, you're just gonna stand there. You put your hat on.
I mean, it's Hi.
Hi, Bella. I want you to watch this video with us, okay?
Okay.
I want you to understand how inflation works. Do you know what inflation is?
Kind of, not really.
Okay, so what would you say inflation is?
It's like prices going up.
Okay. Why?
I don't know. There's more money being printed.
Okay. It's pretty good. Do you think inflation is a good thing?
I don't know.
Okay.
Do you think it is?
Yeah, it's actually, it is a good thing. It's healthy.
It's healthy?
Yeah. Get Bella a chair. She has a chair.
There's like, wait, dude, look at the chair. What is this?
Ew.
Ew.
Why is...
What is that?
Why is... That's my water.
No, it's...
I know, but... Why is it... Chad, it's like...
It turned
like
into like some
puss.
sticky...
Did the MILF come over? Why is everything wet?
No, bro. I'm done with the milk. I'm not doing that shit anymore.
Dude, he's such a psychopath that he steps into water with socks on and he likes it.
That's probably the weirdest thing about me is does anyone else
It's
not
so
care
weird.
when their feet are wet with socks? I don't give a fuck. I just don't care.
That's weird, right, guys?
Oh, the water I think was fucking up the thing. Yeah, I just don't care.
Like balled into...
It's the worst? Oh, so you guys think I'm fucking weird? Really? I never thought Chad would think I'm weird. No way. I just don't care. I'm also, Chad, by the way, did you guys know that you know when someone's a big loser as a white person is when, like, you know when they have nothing else going for their life? It's whenever you see them outside in the wintertime with shorts on. That's when you know they're, like, a huge loser. Because it's basically like them saying like, hey, look, dude, yeah, like, I don't have a job. I'm a loser. I live with my mom. I browse 4chan all day. But I can wear shorts out when I'm in the wintertime, and you can't. You're probably bundled up and have pants on. I don't need that. I can wear shorts. In fact, they're basketball shorts I wore in high school. I stole them from my friend Enrique. That's white people shit.
I'll just,
Okay. So let's watch a video chat on... You know, that thing's pretty loud. Maybe we should do that in the morning instead of for 30 minutes on my stream every day. Yeah, you can just turn off the power button bell. It's right below. Yeah, it's that. Yeah. Yeah. So let's from now on just do that in the morning, Belle.
Okay.
And maybe your laundry, not when I'm streaming too, because we just listened to that for an hour straight. Yeah. Oh, you're gonna put it some? Is it?
I'm gonna put the door.
I'm very sorry to my investors. This is why Hassan uses a shock collar. Yeah, I'm bringing it out. I'm bringing it out. I'm sorry, I can't do this anymore. I'm bringing it out.
What?
Sit.
Oh my gosh, you're not gonna farm this. Dude, don't. Do not. Do not.
Come on. Come on.
Do not.
Come on. Come on. I have one of these around my ankle. I don't need it. Come on. I make everyone wear it. What is this? X?
Wacha! What? X?
You did an X.
This is a kung fu stance.
Oh, did you learn kung fu? Well, I know whenever you learn something, that means you don't know it.
I'm gonna go to a Shaolin temple and train.
No, you're gonna go to a shelter soon. Okay, so let's go ahead and Belle, just sit on the damn seat. Okay, this is weird.
Wait, what?
I don't like how you're sitting right now.
Dude, it's so wet. I'm not gonna sit on it. I'm not like you. I don't like to step in water with.
Okay.
Hopefully a kill shelter.
So let's watch a video, chat. It's called "Why Prices Won't Stop Rising: Inflation Explained."
Noticed how prices keep going up? For example, back in the year 2000, a burger price was around $2. But today, in 2024, that same burger may cost nearly $6. And it's not just food. Back in 2000, a movie ticket was around $5. Now, you could be paying more than $10.
What movie theater are you going to for $10? Please tell me where. I would love to go to the movies where it's $10. It's not $10 anymore. Yeah, I don't know where you're going for $10.
For watching a movie.
Yeah, it's like $15 nowadays for a movie.
In the same theater. So what's going on? Why do prices keep increasing? Why don't they just stay the same? Are sellers raising prices together on purpose? Actually, there's one big reason for this: inflation. You've probably heard this word before, but do you really know what it means? Why does
I looked at you to say, do you really know what it means?
Oh, I'm not sure if I really know what it means.
inflation happen? And is it always a bad?
You might want to see this. Trump reported $365 million in meme coin income. What are the community notes? Trump's official 2025 statements discourse does not report $635 million in meme coin and does not mention any Trump meme coin. The only way Trump would make that much is if Trump literally shorted his own coin. Is this real? No way. I don't believe this is real. I don't believe this is real. There's no way. Meme coins are dead. Aren't they kind of dead, chat? I don't believe that. Anything from Kalshi, I don't believe, because they're trying to sell their product, right? They're willing to just lie. They don't give a
So
fuck.
pretty much someone wants a favor. Trump says buy 1 million Trump coin and he sells.
That thing? In this video, we're going to break down what inflation is and how it works. Section 1. What is inflation? Inflation is actually pretty simple. It's when the prices of things go up over time, which also makes the value of money go down. That's why things like a burger or anything else you buy cost more now than they did a few years ago. When inflation happens, your money cannot buy as much as it used to. For example, in the 1970s, the average price of a cup of coffee was only around 25 cents. But now, in 2024, if you want to buy a cup of coffee with those same 25 cents, you'd probably just get an empty cup, but with no coffee. So the coffee
Where can I buy an empty cup for 25 cents? I'm not getting that. I get a straw.
prices are going up, and the value of money is going down, making everything seem more expensive. But why does this happen? Well, that's what we'll talk about next. Section 2. Why does inflation happen? Inflation can happen for different reasons, but we'll talk about the most common ones. The first one is the demand pull inflation. This happens when a lot of people want to buy something, but there isn't enough of it. Let's take corn as an example. Imagine people usually want to buy 10 tons of corn, and farmers produce exactly 10 tons. Everything works fine, but then a tornado destroys most of the corn crops, leaving only 3 tons available. The demand is still the same, but now there's not enough corn to go around.
Someone like me some corn stocks we can invest in.
So people start competing to buy it, and the price goes up. Maybe a can of corn used to cost $2, but now it costs $3 because there's not enough corn. So when people are competing to buy the stuff, they're pulling the price up. The second one is the cost push inflation. This happens when prices go up because it costs more to make things. Imagine a popcorn seller sells popcorn for $3. But the same tornado that destroyed the corn farm means the popcorn seller now has to pay more for corn. So one bag of popcorn normally costs $1 of corn, $1 of other cost, and $1 profit, making the total price $3. But because of the tornado, the cost of corn goes up to $2, while other production costs stay the same. This means that the popcorn seller made no profit if he doesn't raise the price.
But why are my video games still so expensive if that's about tornadoes? I don't care about tornadoes. I buy things online. Why are prices even more?
So the popcorn seller has to raise the price of popcorn, maybe to $4, so he can still get $1
Don't worry, Chad, I know what you're
profit.
thinking.
This is cost push inflation, when the cost of making stuff pushes the prices up. The third one is built-in inflation.
And this is what it is.
This happens when rising prices make the cost of living go up, and workers ask for higher wages to keep up. For example, let's say a shoe company worker's average cost of living is $900 a month, and they earn $1,000 a month. They can cover their expenses and still have a bit left over. But if prices rise and their average cost of living jumps to $1,000, they won't have any money left to save.
That's you.
In some cases,
So chat, Belle makes $15 a day on... I'm sorry, $20 a day on Kick. She has $600 to her name because Kick only pays her $15 despite having 2,000 viewers last night. Belle is a racist.
cost of living can even rise.
I was not going anywhere with that. I just want to let you guys know.
Higher than their salary. So they ask their boss for a pay raise. If the shoe company raises wages to $1,200, it helps the workers. But now the shoe company has higher costs of production. So they raise their shoe prices to maintain the profit.
So do you understand any of this? You can be honest. Is it? Do you actually? Okay, explain it. All eyes on you. But
What am I explaining?
what you've learned about inflation so far. It's okay if you're like, I don't really understand it still.
I understand corn.
Okay. Okay. All right. What else?
It's
All right,
Yep.
cut the yapping bell.
All right, so I think that's where pretty much everyone else is on this video. It's like, I still don't understand what inflation is and why does it happen and what kind of inflation, like why, that it still doesn't really make any sense to a lot of you,
It makes
right?
sense so far, because they were saying like when there's a lot of demand for something and there's not enough supply, naturally that's going to drive up the prices. And then also, if like a natural disaster or something happens to the resource, then yeah, it's going to increase the price of that thing, which leads to everything else that requires the corn thing. And that drives up the prices as well. I think it makes sense.
Yes.
So far.
But why else do you think it would drive up inflation? Like, what would drive inflation up besides those things, right?
We didn't get there yet.
Right. There's
So
one other
higher
thing that's
product
pretty big on
costs
why
lead
inflation
to
goes up.
higher wages to cover living costs. which then lead to even higher product prices as companies try to keep their profits. And this becomes a cycle that keeps going.
So chat, many of you know the Mitch Jones cycle. This is the cycle of life when it comes to your macroeconomics. Higher cost of living, higher wages to cover those living costs, higher prices to cover higher cost of production. So basically everything's raising each other, which makes it go up, right? High tides raise all ships. That's basically the idea of inflation.
The fourth one is too much money in the economy.
So this is the big one.
When there's too much money in the economy, prices can rise. Imagine a loaf of bread costs $5 and there are 5 people, each with $5. With only 5 loaves available, each person buys one. That's great. But if the government gives everyone an extra $5, now each person has $10. With more money, people naturally want to buy more. Now, each person wants 2 loaves, but there are still only 5. The bakery sees this and raises the price to $10 because people are willing to pay more. In the end, each person still buys just 1 loaf, but now it costs $10.
So an example of this is GTA 6.
This isn't because the bread is worth more, but because there's more money around, it caused the value
and like everything else in your life
of money to decrease. This is like demand pull inflation, which we just talked about. The bakery, which first makes more money, now faces higher costs too, as they compete with other bakeries for wheat. Wheat prices go up, so the bakery has to raise bread prices again to keep up. This is like cost push inflation, which we also just talked about. For a real-life example, Zimbabwe, Venezuela, and Weimar Germany had done that. For more on this, check out my video, Why Can't We Just Print More Money? Link in the description. So these are some main common factors and reasons that caused inflation.
So do you understand it now? So basically what it is it's not just that the things are causing it and price gouging, etc. It's the big thing is we print more money. We just naturally print more money.
Said that before
yes,
the video.
yeah. So since we're printing more money, that's what makes inflation go up, is we just have more money being printed. And chat, inflation is actually a healthy thing. A 2% inflation year over year is actually healthy for the economy. It's a good thing to have inflation. It's not something that's not healthy. But that is why we're going up. It's not just all the corn and bullshit, because I'm sure a lot of you guys are confused on that. It's also we just print more money as time goes on. But the problem is some countries and some places, Bell, have what they did to solve their issues economically is they were like, herp derp, I'm just going to go ahead and print a fuck ton of money to give to all of you. And there was a country, I think it was Zimbabwe or somewhere, that they printed so much money to buy a loaf of bread, you literally had to have a barrel of money given to the person.
What?
Yes, to buy bread was a barrel of money because their value of the dollar just went down so much because they printed so. Was that Germany? Yeah.
Wait, actually, Germany? What?
Yeah. What? Germany hyperinflation. Barrel of money for bread. Yeah, it was like right after World War I or something. You literally had to have a barrel full of cash.
That is ridiculous.
Yes, this was like a wallet. Look at that. That was a wallet because they were just printing so much money.
Whoa, yo, this is crazy.
Yes, this is like bread.
How did they solve this?
They basically had to restart their entire economy and then to make this whole thing was worth nothing. They basically fucked everything. And then, it was like pretty wild. I mean, we can watch more videos on that, but that is a lot of reason why inflation happens.
You might ask, how to know how high is the inflation? Well, that's what we will talk about in Section 3. Section 3. How is inflation measured? You've probably heard people talk about the inflation rate, which is something governments mention often. And if inflation gets too high, it can...
Like, look at Zimbabwe.
What the heck is that number?
That was their inflation rate in Zimbabwe in 2008. And it literally, like, their value of their dollar became so worthless that they were just playing with it. Like, they had nothing to do with it. They were just throwing it. It didn't matter. It mattered for nothing. It was just a straight-up waste of money because they just fucking printed so much and they were so stupid with what they did.
Hurt the economy.
How do you reverse that? Like, how do you get out
You have to just complete... It's basically like reset. You have to restart the game.
But how?
You just make that value worthless and you have to restart your entire economy.
But how is this inflation rate measured? How do governments or institutions calculate it? There are different ways to measure inflation, but the most common way is by using something called the Consumer Price Index, or CPI.
What is Miz trying to say about Zimbabweans? I mean, they just have a lesser IQ than us. Like, I think their whole race just does.
Wait, what? What'd you say?
Like, the entire black race is, like, way less of an IQ than us.
No. Don't.
Extra Emily got banned. She got unbanned.
So what is the Consumer Price Index? It's a way to track how the prices of everyday
It's like
goods
a
and
Bell
services
Stream now.
change.
Wait, what?
I will end the stream if you ever say that again.
Over time. For example, in 2024, let's say the price of bread is $3, milk is $4, eggs are $5, a candle is $8, and a movie ticket is $10. The total for all these items is $30. Then, in 2025, the price of bread rises to $3.30, milk to $4.20, eggs to $5.30, a candle to $8.10, and the movie ticket is still $10. The new total is around $30.90.
That's
Comparing 2024 to 2025, the prices have increased by 3%, so the CPI for that year is 3%. This means that on average, prices have risen by 3% from 2024 to 2025.
I would really still love to see where a movie ticket is $10. I would love to see that.
Of course, in reality, the CPI calculation is more complex and includes many more items, but this is a simple way to understand it. But here's something important. A low CPI does not always mean prices.
It's actually more expensive for movie tickets? Probably, right? Or every state is the same for that?
It is way more expensive here.
Oh.
Way more expensive.
I don't know how much they are in other...
The cost of living
cost of living for sure.
in this area is just so much more because the demand is so much higher.
Right.
Right? And
I
the
was
people
just
that
wondering
move...
for, like, movie theaters.
Yes, everything is more expensive. Because the demand for this area to be here, to live around here, the demand for things are so much
Don't
higher.
believe fake
that
news.
Supply and demand.
Joe Biden is inflation.
Don't listen
It's
to that.
all Sleepy Joe's
Don't
fault.
listen to him.
Okay.
So, yes, it's everything is more expensive here by far. But think about it, right? Why would a movie ticket be worth more expensive here than in the middle of nowhere, Idaho?
More people watching. More people want it.
Right. More people are here. There's more money here, right? In order to be here, you probably have to have some money, right? There's more expenses. It costs more to just in general have a theater here because the theater is, it costs more because of the buying the land for it, buying the property, setting it all up. Putting a movie theater in Idaho doesn't really cost a lot of money compared to one in California, right? They have to deal with the taxes. So all those things come into play, which makes the price go up way higher. Make sense?
Are rising slowly.
It is like $10 to go watch a movie.
Yeah, and probably in like fucking Idaho. But in California, I mean, you see gas prices here. How much is gas? $6.50.
Damn, I haven't been.
That's half your hourly.
Why? As we see here, the prices for
I told Bellchat that to make more money, she needs to start doing Uber. She should do Uber while also streaming on Kick so she can get more. By the way, Chat, if you don't know, she makes $15 a day. Even though she has 200 viewers, it's wrong. It's stupid. But she made $15 in a day of 6 hours of streaming. I already told Eddie because I'm like, dude, that makes no sense. She's not botting. She's not botting at all. She had 200 viewers. No, you gotta get it.
I like doing it.
No, it doesn't make any sense how KTP is this thing that everyone talks about how great it is, but you're getting $15 in a day. It makes no sense.
You also told me they like cut down a lot. So.
That is. They say they're 24x as much as Twitch pays. That is divided by 24x. You'd make more money on Twitch.
It's because she just watches Crunchyroll and goes to the bathroom.
So I got to find out. It could be, Chat, because she does have a strike on her channel because you watch Crunchyroll.
Wait, but you also told me you've gotten DMCAs before too. I don't know. Whatever. It's fine. I actually don't understand how it works at all.
Yeah, I got a DM, but were you in the movie section?
I don't know.
Essential items that you need every day, like bread, milk, and eggs, go up significantly. Bread by 10%, milk by 5%, and eggs by 6%. Meanwhile, less essential items that you could live without, like candles, only increase by 1.25%, and movie tickets don't go up at all. So even if the CPI shows a small increase, people might still feel like things are getting expensive because the items they really need are the ones that are rising in price. The CPI is just an overall rough average, not a specific reflection of essential costs. Section 4. Is inflation bad? If inflation makes things more expensive and lowers the value of money, shouldn't we aim for 0% or even minus inflation to make everything cheaper? Well, that might seem logical, but in the long run, it's not healthy for the economy. Let's see the reasons. The first reason is that small inflation is good for growth. So central banks usually aim for around 2 to 3% inflation.
Do you see how smart I am? I knew that.
What?
Per year. It's like their magic number. Why? Because small inflation encourages
You're
people
so
to
charitable for
spend money
fostering that
rather
bald,
than
autistic
just
girl with a short bust stare.
Yeah, I like Jeannie too.
save it. If people know that prices will slowly increase, they're more likely to buy now rather than wait. When people spend, businesses grow, jobs are created, and the economy stays strong.
Yep.
Imagine if you're trying to sell ice cream, but nobody wants to buy it. That's obviously bad for business. The second reason is minus inflation.
You know what companies have been fucking killing it with ice cream lately?
What?
French companies with ice cream have been on fire.
How come?
Because France is on fire.
Inflation is dangerous. If the inflation rate drops below
Yes, because it's so hot in France. They're having like a massive heat wave.
0, which means minus inflation, it means prices are actually going down, and that's called deflation. While deflation might sound good because things get cheaper, it also means companies may have to cut wages to maintain profits.
Yes.
This leads to a situation where everything is cheaper, but no one has enough money to buy anything. One example of this was the Great Depression in the US during the 1930s, which was caused by massive deflation. So while deflation might sound good, it was actually behind one of the worst economic disasters in history. Well, I'll explain more about deflation in the next video. I mean, really, the next video after this inflation video, I promise. The third reason is hyperinflation is a nightmare. If small inflation is good for growth, too low or minus inflation is bad, then too much inflation is also bad. If inflation gets out of control, which is called hyperinflation, prices can skyrocket very quickly. Hyperinflation is when average prices increase by more than 50% every month.
So, Belle, you don't have to worry about this because for your bread, it's free because you go downstairs and steal it.
Imagine in January 2025, the price of a loaf of bread is $3. Then, in February, the price is already $4.05. Well, it's just a $1.50 increase. But if the inflation still goes until next year, in January 2026, the price is already $389 for the same bread.
And that's RAM.
One famous case of hyperinflation happened in Venezuela. Due to their crazy money printing, which makes the Venezuelan currency losing its value and causing prices to increase even.
Like, look, this was how much money it cost to buy toilet paper.
Oh my gosh.
Like, what? You literally should just wipe your ass with the toilet paper with money. It's so stupid. This was how much was to buy a 1 kilogram of beef. Look at that.
Even every hour. Venezuelans even threw their money on the street because it was worthless and couldn't buy anything.
Oh my
Section
gosh.
5. How to control inflation.
Bro, the money things that people do, though, must have been crazy back then. The TikToks.
some spreads.
Yo, the spreads on Vine must have been nuts in 2008. Bro, you could have acted like you're rich.
Since too much inflation is bad and minus inflation isn't good either, how can we keep inflation stable? Well, both the central bank and the government are responsible for controlling inflation. Yeah, they both do different things. The central bank will take monetary policy, while the government will take fiscal policy. So what are their policies then? To control inflation, central banks like the Federal Reserve or the European Central Bank use monetary policy. Monetary policy is just a fancy term for the decisions they make to adjust interest rates and manage the money supply. Now, what kind of monetary policies?
Do you know what an interest rate is?
kind of, not really.
Okay, so it's the amount of money that you would pay on interest on something, like a house.
Yeah.
Right?
Yeah.
So you want, like, in order to buy things, the government will put a price and say, like, this is what the interest rate's at. And they do that because they control that. Otherwise, people will just do crazy interest rates and fuck over the country. So people want the interest rates to be lowered because the lower it is, the more they can buy stuff. They could buy homes, they could buy properties, they could buy things, they could get loans, right, for money. But if the interest rates are high, they can't get it, right?
Does the central bank take? The first one is adjusting interest rates. So what is the interest rate?
Does she know what money is? Bro, she made $15 in one day. No.
Interest rates are the cost of borrowing money in percentages. If you borrow $1,000 at a 10% interest rate, you have to pay back $1,000 plus an extra $100 as interest. So when inflation is too low, the central bank will set the interest rates low to make it become cheaper to borrow money, leading more people to borrow money. When more people borrow money, it means people have more money and people will spend more. This can push prices up and will increase the inflation rate like the demand pull inflation.
So like people with credit cards, right? If your interest rate's lowered, then you're like, oh, fuck, I'll just spend more money because I don't give a fuck about the interest rate.
Now, when inflation gets...
But chat, you should always pay off your credit cards. Always. They're not giving you free money. Remember that. That is a serious... Honestly, we should watch a video on credit cards. It is serious. People fuck up their whole lives thinking that they don't need to pay off their credit cards and that you shouldn't be doing that every time. Always pay off your credit cards. Always.
Too high, the central bank will
Always.
Raise interest rates. When rates go up, borrowing money...
I was reading a chat.
I thought you said that. I was so proud of you. But yes, it is.
No, but
It becomes
it's true.
More expensive because people have to pay back more interest, which means fewer people borrow. People will have less money and people will
I don't even have a credit card. That's not a fucking bonus, bro. Get a credit card, pay it off every single time. It'll raise your credit score, and you can also make money from it because you can use their points.
Spend less. This helps bring inflation down. However, central banks cannot keep interest rates too high for too long because it makes borrowing harder, which means people can't have money and nobody can buy or sell things, which will slow down the economy. So they need to carefully balance raising and lowering interest rates based on the country's economic situation.
Yeah, so they basically have like a giant lever. They're like...
The second one is controlling the money supply. Too much money in the economy will cause higher inflation, while too little money causes deflation. So central banks also can control this through a method called open market operation. But how does open market operation work? So when there's too little money in the economy, the central bank will increase money supply in the economy by doing expansionary open market operation. This means the central bank will buy treasuries like government bonds from commercial banks. For example, common banks that you use like Bank of America, HSBC, SBI, and more. These commercial banks mostly already owned government bonds, and then they resell them to the central bank for higher prices. The central bank buys with higher price to inject money into the economy. As these banks get more money from the central bank,
So just I know that sounded like a lot, Bell, but just look at like the text here. Yo, money.
banks get more money from
It's like
the
it got money, yo.
bank.
It got a lot of money, and now it's like, yo, I'm gonna use that money to give to fucking people.
This will lead for banks to lend more money to the people. As all banks are competing to lend money, the banks will lower their
Thank you, bro. You're always the guy that brings me my packages, man. Thank you, bro. Thank you. Later, man.
interest rate to lure people to borrow money from them. This will lead to more money in the economy, so the inflation rate can increase. But now, if the inflation rate is too high, which means too much money in the economy, the central bank will do the opposite, which is the contractionary open market operation. This means the central bank will resell treasuries like government bonds back to commercial banks. As banks buy the government bonds from the central bank, it means commercial banks will have less money and will lend less money. As banks
Does that make sense at all, Belle? It's probably pretty confusing, right?
Sorry, I kind of was not paying attention.
Yeah, this part's probably kind of the most confusing part, and I think for chat it's confusing. And they were up to this point, they were like pretty good. But basically what it is, chat, it's a back and forth. That's all you have to really understand and know. It's a back and forth between commercial banks and central banks. It's a back and forth between the banks and government. Just think of the banks and think of the government. It's back and forth whether or not they're, bonds are being sold, bonds are being held, right? Because bonds are basically like, hey, an IOU, right? So while they're doing all these things, back and forth, that's how inflation is. That giant lever is all you have to know, right? Basically, the government has this giant lever. It's deciding whether or not we're going to be raising inflation or having deflation or having hyperinflation based on where we think the economy is and where we think the economy has been going and spending.
And that will lead to demand pull inflation. So the government might raise taxes to reduce the money you have for spending. In that case, you will have less money, and it will lower your spending, and then inflation will decrease. While contrary, if the money is too little in the economy, or if the inflation is too low, the government will reduce taxes so you can keep more money and can spend and buy more things. Even though the government mostly will just raise taxes, and they will very rarely ever decrease it. Yeah, sad.
So a way the government gave you guys money, chat, that you probably didn't even realize it, is the government was like, okay, like we need to increase spending and we want to make sure that we have spending going on. So during COVID, you guys got money. You guys got free money for just living inside. Why did they do that? Because they need the economy to continue. Without you guys buying things, the economy collapses. And so instead of people losing their jobs or not having things to do, they gave you guys free money so you can spend it to continue the economy to continue to move. So that way we don't have a fucking economic collapse.
The second one is adjusting government spending. Imagine you own a store that sells construction materials like cement, bricks, and more. Your business is good as you have customers. Then the government comes and buys tons of things from your store as the government wants to build a new bridge in your city. Well, the government not only buys things from your store, but also needs to hire an engineer who will design and control the construction, the workers who will build the bridge, and more. So it means you, as the owner of the construction stores, and these engineers and workers get more money from this bridge project. As you and other workers have more money, you will spend more money, and this.
So chat, an example of this is, you ever heard of government contracts? That is a term that's used for these kind of things. The government's like, we're going to spend more money in the economy to boost the economy, to give you guys more money so we can get that cycle going where we're buying stuff and the economy's booming. How do we do that? We're going to instill money into the economy by putting in things such as like bridges, potholes, government jobs, etc. All of that is part of that lever of them deciding whether or not what we need to spend on to make sure that the economy is continuing to run, right? So like, let's go with a park that is run by the government that basically is like, you can't go there, right? Well, that park has hundreds of, let's go 1,000 people that work there to pay them. So that way those people get paid to run the economy around that area so everyone else can make money. Does that make sense?
This will lead to higher inflation. But what if the government stops doing that for a while? You won't get orders from the government, and these engineers and workers also are not getting paid. So you and other workers get less money, and you will lower your spending.
So now the wife makes an OnlyFans, and those kids better take off those fucking Disney hats because there's no shot in hell they can afford it. It's fucking ridiculous. Disney is the most overpriced garbage I've ever seen in my entire life. I don't understand how anyone wants to go there anymore. It is ridiculous. It's $24 for a fucking pretzel. It's not fun. It costs $14,000 to $15,000 to go there for 5 days nowadays for your family. It just seems like hell. It seems like fucking hell. I'm also someone, chat, maybe I'm wrong. I don't like family trips because there's always so much pressure when you do these expensive family trips to have fun that they become not fun.
You might say,
I'd rather go to the beach with my family than go on like some extravagant trip where I mean, obviously this is before I had money, but like when I was younger, I didn't like the extravagant trips because there's always a pressure that we have to do things. I just want to sit and do nothing.
One bridge can't influence the whole economy. But remember, there are tons of government projects across the country and involving thousands of construction store owners, thousands of engineers, and hundreds of thousands of workers across the country. The projects are also worth millions to even billions of dollars. So if the government lowers their spending, it will impact a lot on money supply. Section 6. How to protect yourself from inflation. You might have heard your parents or grandparents say, save your money in a piggy bank. While saving is generally a good habit, Inflation can make your money lose value over time. Let's say you saved $1,000 in your piggy bank in 2014. In 2014, that $1,000...
Chat, this is the most important part, by the way. This is important.
Say, save your money in a piggy bank. While saving is generally a good habit, inflation can make your money lose value over time.
Do you understand that?
Yeah.
So chat, keeping your money in a savings account, in a checking account, whatever it is, let's go with a checking account. That's not saving. You're losing money every year. You're leaving that money in there because inflation is happening and it's going to continue to happen as time goes on. And as it happens, your money is just not gaining value, right? It's not following that inflation. So that $1,000 you had that you saved 5 years ago, 10 years ago, could be worth $800 today. So what you want to do is invest it in the stock market or put it into a savings account with a high yield savings account, right? Yield means year.
Let's say you saved $1,000 in your piggy bank in 2014. In 2014, that $1,000 could buy a certain amount of goods. But by 2024, because of inflation, that same $1,000 might not be worth as much as it did 10 years ago.
Yeah, I heard that X is starting a savings account, like Twitter chat. They're starting something where you get 6% a year.
What?
Yeah, apparently it's real. We should look into that. It's fucking nuts. But they're gonna do that. They're losing money on that, by the way, chat. They're losing money. They're losing money. They're 100% losing money on it, and they're just trying to get people involved. But if that promotion exists for a while, bro, I would use that. It's kind of too hard to believe.
Yeah.
Like,
how do they?
It's real. I agree. It's got to be some bullshit. It does sounds like a scam, because that means like, wait a minute, I could just take $10 million, put it in there, and make 300 grand, or sorry, 600 grand, by just leaving it in X.
Ago. So how do you protect your money from losing value?
Maybe you have to keep the money in there for like 5 years to get that.
Because of inflation. The answer is simple: investing.
Or like tweet that you love Elon Musk or something, which I'm not doing.
Many people suggest buying gold to protect against inflation, since gold has a limited supply and high demand, especially as many people, including you, want gold. It becomes even more valuable when inflation rises. People trust gold to keep their wealth stable during inflation. However, for some people, gold's price doesn't go up fast enough as stocks, so they prefer higher yield investments like stocks,
crypto to the moon, baby,
cryptocurrencies, real estate, or other investment.
See, I'm on the blue one. Look at, see, I'm going up.
Investment tools.
Oh.
I'm on the blue. You're on the yellow, which makes sense.
No,
you were on the yellow.
Example, if you invest in something, you want to pay attention to the return on investment, or how much percentage your investment has increased. Let's say in 2014, there's 3 people named Bob, Jack, and Tony.
Leaked.
Bob invested $1,000 in Apple stocks. Jack invested $1,000 in gold, while Tony saved the $1,000 in the savings account.
It's always the Tonys, bro. It's always the Tonys.
In 2024, or 10 years later, Bob already made $9,000 with an average 25% return per year. Jack made about $1,800 with an average 6% return per year. And Tony still has the same $1,104 with an average of 1% deposit interest per year. But don't forget, we need to subtract the inflation rate from that return to know the real value of investment. If the inflation rate is 2% per year, then Bob's actual return is about 23% per year, which still at $8,000 means he profits $7,000. While Jack's actual return is about 4% per year, which is still around $1,500, means he still profits around $500. While Tony's actual return after inflation is negative 1%, as savings account interest rate cannot beat the 2% inflation. So Tony's actual money is around $900. It means his money already lost $100 of its value. Wait.
Plus Tony's racist.
Hold on. You'll ask, what happened to Tony? Well, as the average inflation rate is about 2% per year, then $1,000 in 2014 is actually equal to around $1,200 in 2024.
Yep.
So even though Tony has $1,100, it can only buy what $900 could buy in 2014.
Now, chat, you probably heard a lot during Joe Biden's presidency that they were saying inflation is too damn high, right? Because they were giving out money left and right for government issues, for government things, but they were also giving out money for, you guys to just survive. And because of that, inflation increased dramatically. And a lot of the money that they were giving out was for stupid shit. An example, my Lamborghini that I bought. Remember I told you guys the story of my Lamborghini? The story of my Lamborghini is a story filled with love, hate, betrayal, and forgiveness. So basically, the Lamborghini, you know the Lamborghini I bought?
I didn't know you bought a Lamborghini.
I own a Lamborghini.
You own an R8.
Wow, Belle really doesn't know shit about me. Holy
Wait,
fuck.
what?
I own a Lamborghini. I bought one.
Like right now?
Yes, I'm gonna fix it in September. Yes.
Oh, what?
So, chat, I bought this Lamborghini. I'm sure all of you know it. I bought this Lamborghini. I bought it online, and I was fixing it at West Coast Customs. Better times. Better times.
You said you have no car, so you have this.
Yeah, I do have a car. Yes.
What the heck?
But it was getting fixed, and then I got canceled, so I had to stop fixing it because it can't work with me. But they're.
Wait, how does
I thought Belle was a super fan.
What?
I am.
What'd you say?
Like, can't you still work on the car after what does being canceled have to do with?
Well, they couldn't work with me because my reputation was so bad that they stopped working with me.
Oh, this was like a collab thing?
Yeah.
Oh.
Yeah. So.
Wait, so your car's just there right now in storage?
Yes. Yes. But when I bought this car, so I bought it on an auction because it was already in a wreck. But the story of the wreck is insane. So the guy who I bought it from, or who wrecked the car, it went to jail. And he went to jail because during COVID, he basically got a loan from the government, right? Saying like he has like 20 employees that he needs to have jobs for, and they can't work right now because of COVID. And the government was just giving out money left and right, inflation, right? They were giving out money left and right because they were trying to save the economy because we all of a sudden can't go outside, and basically all businesses were collapsing, right? So the government was just giving out money left and right, trying to do anything they can to save the economy, and by doing that, they create inflation happened. Things became more expensive, houses became more expensive, everyone was just doing nothing with the money anyway, right? So he got all this money for 20 employees, got like $5 million.
Whoa.
But he had no employees. It was a lie.
Oh, what?
Yes, it was a lie.
Oh my god.
He had no employees. And instead what he did with the money is he bought hookers, he bought a Lamborghini, and he was doing coke and drugs for about a year straight and was doing basically everything he can with that money to blow it all like crazy. And then the government found out, they went after him, he drove, and then he crashed his car. Yeah.
That's so crazy.
Yeah. And then they took that car, they seized it, and then they put it up for auction 2 years later.
Did he just not care? Like he was like trying to get caught almost.
No. He definitely cared. He did not expect any of that to happen. But that's what people would do. Yeah, this is me bidding on a Lambo.
Wait, this is a common thing? Is it really?
And now the Lamborghini.
Mizkif loses his mind bidding on a Lambo.
Mizkif loses his mind. What the fuck is this gasoline?
New bidder. New bidder.
This was real.
Dude, this is very intense.
Not bad. Bro, look how fast my chat was on.
124K.
Now I just get like 4 Patrick Boos in a row by some guy who's probably watched me for 4 seconds.
Is this a good prize?
What is this dude? Like, I don't like that Gasly speaking. We won! We won! I won. So yeah, I got that car, and that basically is it. But that also ties into inflation, right? Which is like, back then the government was giving out so much money for everything that they were giving out wrong money. They were just doing things wrong because they were just so desperate to keep the economy up, and they kind of were flailing, right? So they're giving money for things that they shouldn't have given, like that guy. That would never fly today, but they were just giving out money for everything, right? And it caused so much inflation. That's where Donald Trump used a lot of his arguments in getting presidency was like, Joe Biden fucked the economy. He
Whatever
increased
happened to your
inflation.
golf cart?
You know, he basically caused so much inflation to fuck the economy. But the truth is, Joe Biden wasn't as bad as Trump made him seem.
So it means Tony's money in regular savings account is losing.
I also bought a golf cart.
What? Why?
Inflation money. No, I bought a golf cart because I wanted for content. I tried buying this Lamborghini, this Ferrari. That was a limo. Dude, I could have had you drive it. Fuck. I tried bidding on this.
What the
I know.
hell is that? Wait,
yes,
what?
it's real. I fucking tried to buy this.
That would've been crazy.
And I won it, but they didn't give it to me.
Wait, why? You won it.
Mhm.
What?
I know. They didn't give it to me.
How? What?
I know, it's bullshit.
It looks so
Losing
weird.
1% of its value every year.
Good one? You could do better than that. Come on, you get paid $15 a day. That's your joke?
It wasn't a joke. I was being serious. That's what it looks like to me. Go back. Because I've never seen a limbo like that. It's a Ferrari limbo.
Chad, should I go back even
like
with that
a-
shit joke she just said?
It's like a long corn.
Okay, that's a little better. Long corn?
Dude, look at the first picture. Doesn't that look stretched out?
Well,
It's like
yeah.
it's so
No, like,
funny.
yes?
Come on, it's so funny.
Okay, yeah, it's pretty funny, Belle. Pretty funny.
So
You barely
in
hear her,
conclusion,
Lucky.
Inflation is actually a natural part of the economy, driven by various factors from unexpected events, government or central bank policies, or even some theory that big companies are increasing prices for more profit.
That is 100% what's happening, by the way. Whenever you hear a theory of a company doing something for greed, the answer is yes.
Since we couldn't avoid inflation, understanding how inflation works and how to protect yourself from it through smart investments and staying aware of how your money is growing can help you stay ahead. And if you want to invest your money to beat inflation, make sure to learn as much as you can. Don't invest or throw your money into something you don't know and understand. And as promised, the next video will be about deflation. If you want me to make other videos explaining these topics, please like and subscribe. Thanks for watching.
There's some
What is this?
This is America, and this is a special episode on the affordability crisis in the United States.
When costs exceed incomes, people are forced to make painful trade-offs.
Stagnating incomes and rising costs mean more and more people are having to decide whether they go further into debt.
Or if they choose to give up food,
fuel, and medicine in order to get by.
Affordability is a serious challenge from one coast to the other. It doesn't matter
if you're middle class
or on a low or fixed income. Everyone is feeling the pinch. So let's take a closer look
at the affordability crisis in the United States.
Right, but like, why is that guy on the beach? You know, it's like, that doesn't really tell me like there's a crisis. That seems kind of nice, right? It's like everyone else is in like Harlem. Like, this dude just did not want to go. He's like, hey, yeah, I'll do the whole thing, but like, I'm not leaving my resort. I'm on vacation. I'm not fucking.
It's here in the US, but it's not just food and gas prices that have been the problem. It costs more to insure homes. Health insurance has soared, electricity bills are up. All of those factors combined are pushing people who used to have financial breathing space to the brink of poverty. Well, the signing of the Memorandum of Understanding to end the war with Iran has helped ease the financial pressure just slightly, but it will still take months for prices to fall to pre-war levels. Well, we've sent our teams to 5 different states to see how the affordability crisis is affecting people. Kristen Salumi begins our special report from Manhattan in New York.
New York is home to some of the most expensive real estate in the country. And it's not just the fancy high.
Now, why is it expensive, though?
It's dense. People make more money there. The cost of living is just naturally higher. People want to live there, so it drives the prices up. It's a metropolitan city. I don't know. What is it?
BlackRock.
High rises on Billionaires Row.
An evil company.
Prices are high all around the city.
About 2/3 of New York households are rentals, and rents hit new records this year.
In Manhattan, the median now tops $5,000 a month.
We still have some bagels left.
Forcing some families to make tough choices, even families in working class neighborhoods who own their.
Yo, if I had a kid right now and I was like this, I would just get rid of them. Sell their organs. I just get rid of them. What?
What? No, you wouldn't.
Yes, I would. You kidding me? I just would not name one, right? I'd just be like, I'm not naming you. Like, I'll name him Sacrifice.
Home.
So this is the space. We have the bathroom.
Kat Casey is a clinical social worker. She uses part of her home as an office during the week, but rents it out to tourists on the weekends to help make ends meet.
Pick out the chippies you want.
Her husband works on the.
I know what I would do. I would name him I'm For, and I would put his middle name as Sale. So that way it's like, what's your name? Oh, I'm for sale.
Sacrifice is an investment.
So that way he could be sold, and like people would get it. Like, oh wait, he's for sale, and I would be able to sell that kid.
Technical side of the theater industry, and with 3 children, they have to get creative to make ends meet.
We have gotten smart.
Do you guys want to watch these kind of videos, chat, to understand what the economy's like so you guys can make more decisions? Or do you guys not give a fuck about this and you're just like, all right, biz, we get it. Like inflation, deflation, my ass is fat. It's up to you.
You're still eating this?
Mm-hmm. You like it? Okay, good.
And had to get smarter and tighter along the way with eating out and groceries. And so
this makes you sad? Chat, you're an investor. These are peasants. These are poor people. Just think of them as ants, okay? We have the magnifying glass. We can just fucking kill them whenever we want, but they're ants to us. We don't have to worry about these peasants.
we've had to shift into buying bulk meats at Costco and then freezing them in smaller portions. But it is a constant.
Why'd they just zoom in on her hands there?
Wait, what? I missed it.
Like, look, like this woman's talking to this woman about how she has to buy food at Costco.
We've had to shift into buying bulk meats at Costco and then freezing them in smaller portions. But
like, what was the point of this?
It is a constant consideration in our lives of, where can we be a little bit more efficient?
The cost of food is rising too. As of April, grocery prices nationwide have gone up 3.2% over last year.
Now, Belle, question. Is that a lot? 3.2%.
Yeah.
Why is it a lot?
It's a little bit more than the healthy amount.
What's the healthy amount?
I would say like 2%.
Yes, Belle, yes! Like 2% a year, but this is 3.2%. It's too high.
And some basic staples are even higher. Things like ground beef, coffee.
This is a propaganda video. U.S. is the richest country in the world.
Bro.
Shut up, man. Shut up. If you don't think there's a crisis going on where our generation can't buy things and that it's not our fault, you're out of your fucking mind and you're just not paying attention and you're not from here. It is way too expensive to live in anywhere that has, anywhere. It's so expensive, man. That's such a stupid take.
And tomatoes. In the last year, the federal government has made it tougher to qualify for food assistance. The city of New York has a network of food pantries and mobile markets like this one designed to help people in need.
Do you think her cameraman, right before she goes live, or right before she does this, goes, hey, just want to let you know you look tired? Like chat, like, do you realize how annoying that is to say to someone that's like trying to do something? Yeah, so, I know we're about to go. I actually hit the button, but you look very tired right now. Like, the fuck?
Questions asked. And in the last 5 years, they've noticed a very disturbing trend. The number of families with children seeking food assistance has doubled. City Harvest estimates their.
Here's what I would do. I'd make my kid stand in line all day there, and then I would just walk up. Or I'd have like a walkie-talkie, and I'd tell her what to say. I'd be like, yeah, get the fruit and some bullshit and start crying, okay? It takes away your toys. And the kid would be like, oh, no. And then he would get free shit.
Food pantries receive 1 million visits a month from families with children. The high cost of living is one of the main reasons residents have been fleeing New York.
You know what we should do, Belle? We should live off of an actual budget of a normal person for a month. And we see if we can do it.
That's great. I like that.
Like in New York, we go there for a month, and we all live there, and we have to live off of an actual budget and see if we can do it.
Oh, I really like that. That's a good challenge.
Yeah, I feel like she's got no like, I don't know why you like that. I basically tell you to start paying for things.
Oh. Wait, never mind.
Recent years. Their top destination? New Jersey, across the Hudson River.
I
but
always
still
knew
within
New Jersey was the best, but it's still way too expensive.
commuting distance. Their second most popular.
It's the greatest state in America. I'm telling you. Yeah, it has propaganda left and right because people want to shit on it because of Snooki, but it's the greatest state in America.
Destination, Florida. And that is where we find Phil Lavelle.
Yeah, Kristen, this is why lots of New Yorkers
Should
and
be
people
easy
from
for
other
Belle.
states.
She gets free muffins. I deck about you, Ms.
Bro, you don't think I can live in a normal place and spend a normal amount of money and not buy things? You're out of your mind. I totally can live frugal, dude.
She actually can.
Dude, I'm hood rat shit. I don't know if you guys know that. I'm hood
He
rat.
actually is.
Migrate south to Florida. You've got the sunshine, the beaches, that illusion of an idyllic lifestyle. But there is a darker financial side to life here.
All right. I have an idea. When I'm done with the Lambo, let's go rent an apartment in Harlem. Or not Harlem, Brooklyn. For a month.
Okay.
I'm down.
I'm down.
Like October.
It would be a good YouTube video, like the whole thing.
Yeah.
Move to the Bronx then.
And it could also show us like a different lifestyle. I'm down.
I'm down.
I haven't lived like a peasant in years.
Yeah, I don't know what it's like to live like a peasant either.
Bro, you live like a hamster. Like, don't. You have it easy.
There it is. Insurance. And this is a big problem for a lot
You'll
of
never do it? No, I do it because I love New York. It's my favorite place in America.
people.
I'm 51 and facing palliative care.
That's Leah, and this is her home, a car parked on waste ground near Tampa.
I didn't give up my whole career and everything and everyone just to come down to my hometown and die in my SUV.
Wait, the girl from Stranger Things lives in a car?
That's not what I'm here for.
But where she lives, that is the least of her worries. Leah has severe health issues.
I'm end stages of anorexia and bulimia, and I'm to be under care of a
Bro, just do a 100 nugget food challenge. You'll be fine.
cardiologist. It's going to.
Yeah, I tried. Couldn't do it. Good. Why doesn't she just go to an all-you-can-eat buffet? It's the easy way to make. It's fine.
And my life.
She tells us she desperately needs help.
Just a few weeks ago, I was almost in full-blown cardiac arrest.
But she has no medical insurance, so no safety net.
I'm worth helping, you know? Absolutely. And I'm worth insurance.
I like how if you go to a streamer like Sea-Dog, where he's got like that very normie community, he'd be like, dude, it's so sad. Like, I don't know what to do, Chad. I'm just gonna like cry for a minute and like give me a minute, and then like his chat would be like, oh my god, no, poor girl, I feel so bad, save her. Meanwhile, we're like W joke, like we're monsters.
I'm worth going.
That's how you become good investors.
To see a cardiologist. I know I can
This
get.
is sad, man. Don't fucking joke about this, dude. Shut up. I hate people like you. You want to know why? Because if in times that are shitty, the best people to have around you are people that can make jokes. Okay, the best people. The best people every time.
That is true.
And you shit on me, and people have shit on me for years for making jokes in shitty situations. You want to know why I do that? It's because people love that shit. They love it. They think it's funny because it's the time to do it. When things look down, you get some kind of hope.
Yeah.
Like I did it at my best friend's dad's funeral. I walked in there while everyone's crying, and I looked at the guy while he was in the casket, and I said something of some kind of joke, right? And my friend looked at me, and he started laughing. And he was like, that was funny.
Aww.
And I'm like, I know, I am funny. Should I start streaming?
Get myself well.
And then Canute walked in with the setup.
I can't do it by myself. I need my
Hello, hello?
helpers.
People like Leah simply fall through the system here, and this is why. Although nationally, there is some protection for those with little money coming.
Chat, if you were at your family's funeral and then Canute walked in with his selfie stick and shit, would you laugh?
In here, no income, no dependent children. Those people in Florida, they simply don't
I'd laugh
register.
too.
And health insurance is only part of the story, because remember,
Especially if he goes, hello, hello.
this state is situated geographically by the warm waters of the Atlantic Ocean and the Gulf Coast. Hurricanes are a fact of life. This state gets more than any other. 41% of those that make landfall hit Florida. On average, that is nearly 7 separate billion-dollar weather disasters a year. Here on the state's west coast, they had 2 big ones back to back in 2024. Helene caused catastrophic flooding. 13 days later, Milton's winds devastated communities and
Does anyone live in
spawned
Florida? Is it a
tornadoes.
fun place
A
to
combined
live?
cost of more than
I feel like half the murder documentaries on Netflix are from people in Florida.
$7 billion in insurance payouts. So you have health insurance, then there is hurricane or wind insurance. On top of that, there is flood insurance, which is mandatory for some people with a mortgage. Why not also throw in auto insurance, because people have got to drive. They all start to add up. And then for some people, it comes down to a simple choice. Which of these can they afford to lose or not to lose?
I woke my husband up at midnight and said, we have to start moving things upstairs. Water's coming in.
Linda's home was flooded by Hurricane Helene.
Our house was damaged. We lost 2 vehicles.
All right, here we go now.
So she
This
and
British
husband
guy
Mark
looks
know
like he
how
can
important
party.
insurance is. They own this personal training studio, which also needs coverage. But their healthcare premiums shot up in January, like millions of Americans, after changes to the system.
We were paying $238 a month, and then our plan went up to over $3,000 a month.
Just take peptides.
And something had to give.
We've had to give up hurricane insurance and flood insurance on everything but our home. Our business does not have wind insurance because that was going to be over $20,000 a year just for the wind insurance in
Way to tell the wind that now it can fuck your house up and not have to pay.
addition to the property and the liability insurance.
And all of this as we enter the 2026 hurricane season, with every chance another storm or storms could hit. For some people, there just isn't enough money to go round, period. It's either home or it's health, or it's neither. Perhaps Leah says it best.
We can do better.
So that's part of the story here in Florida. Let's take it over to the other side of the country, to the West Coast, and John Hendren in California.
Phil, here
I don't know, Chad. I'm pretty okay. What about you? I'm sorry.
in California, we have the same insurance problem, but different natural disasters. Here, it's mudslides and earthquakes and wildfires. Most of the town of Pacific Palisades back there was wiped out in last year's fires. People were lucky.
Since when is Dr. Oz making YouTube videos?
To get out with their lives and an insurance policy that maybe covered most of their homes. Now comes the rebuilding and reinsuring at skyrocketing prices if you can find insurance at all.
Now, chat, keep in mind, they have to rebuild all these homes, which is expensive, and it's going to cause a price gouge because, or pricing that's going to increase because there's supply and demand problems, right? Which increases inflation of all that stuff.
Life in California comes with risks and an ever-rising price tag. What draws people here? Swimming pools, movie stars, public beaches that run the length of the iconic coastline in a state that, from Silicon Valley to Hollywood, runs the world's fourth largest economy. But prosperity here comes with a price. You can see California's economy at work here on Rodeo Drive in Beverly Hills, where the well-heeled go to cover them. It's a good life for those who can afford it. The median home price statewide, over $900,000. With rising inflation, even those who earn well above average strain to pay that. People like Allison and Matt.
I make close to $200,000.
I make about $100,000 a year.
Holy
Our
shit,
housing
nice.
is, $3,650. Like electricity, all like the major bills that come together as a whole, probably around $600 a month. And the grocery bill was never this, though. This is next level.
The state is home to luxury sedans and sports cars that would look at home on a racetrack.
Yo, that's like 5 minutes from my house.
Those prices are driven up by higher taxes, tighter regulations, and the Iran war, which is hurting middle and lower income drivers hardest.
I pay more for my gasoline for my car than I do my car payment. I have an Audi Q3. I pay, $120 to $130 a week now.
Ever since the Hawk Tuah girl, I swear, white women have I've just not been able to listen to them. It's like you're on thin ice. You're on break.
Now for gas. So it's
Bro is
ludicrous.
showing
I mean,
off
it's
his
gotten to a
Porsche.
point now where I feel like I'm lower class.
But the over-the-top wealth comes with an underbelly of poverty just a few miles away. These people join a quarter of the nation's homeless on the California streets. For generations, the Golden State represented the promise of a better life. And now, for a growing number of middle-class families, as Heidi Jo Castro found in Pennsylvania, the challenge isn't reaching the American dream, it's holding on to it.
John, those same concerns are true for people living here in John's.
Get the fuck off the trains. Like, what are you doing? You think this is a good idea to be on? Like, let's do get the fuck off the trains.
Town, Pennsylvania. 50 years ago, this was a booming steel town. Jobs paid well. People lived in a thriving community. But the plant closed in the 90s because it couldn't keep up with cheaper steel from overseas. And now, nearly a third of people living here are in poverty. And their struggles are only getting harder as prices keep climbing.
Where are you going?
It's the first week of June, time for the Civic family's monthly reunion of grandparents, siblings, and the newest grandbaby.
We always all get together, go out to eat.
Why is that kid black? Wait, where's the dad?
We go out for ice cream, go shopping together, and spend time as a family.
The family is surviving on disability payments from the government. And now it's even harder for them to celebrate because they're all chipping in to buy baby Maya's supplies.
As a family, we all have to pinch our money together and afford to put towards diapers and wipes for the baby.
I help my daughter with her baby. I buy her diapers, wipes, whatever she needs. And it's just rough.
Too much Botox.
It wasn't supposed to be like this in Johnstown. Donald Trump had...
Yeah, how does that baby feel that it's just getting blamed for everything? Like, that baby's probably like, I can fucking hear everything you're saying, you stupid fucking cunt. Like,
Simple
blame
solution.
me for all your problems,
Stop
really?
having children you cannot afford. I feel nothing for them.
That's a terrible thought process, Action, that you said that the American people can't and shouldn't have children, and it's their fault for having children, that they're in poverty and problems. That is so stupid that you think that just because you can't afford it. People should be able to afford children if they have jobs. They should be able to afford things, right? The problem is that the economies don't allow it, right? He only said that because the baby was black? Yeah.
Promised people here during his last presidential campaign that he would lower prices.
We will defeat inflation very quickly, and we will make America affordable again.
So, Chad, if you don't know, 4'7" is like the 6'7" of old people.
Message resonated, and 70% of voters in the county sided with him, helping to deliver the pivotal swing state of Pennsylvania.
Listen to what Donald Trump said there, by the way.
We will defeat inflation very quickly, and we will make America affordable again.
You just heard Donald Trump this week say, I love inflation. And you just heard Donald Trump say this week that he wants the housing prices to go up.
That message
You literally just heard him say that in the last 3 days.
Resonated, and 70% of voters in the county sided with him, helping to deliver the pivotal swing state of Pennsylvania.
I think the people that live here have seen a lot of hardship, and I think that they believed what he was telling them, and they really wanted to believe that he was going to change things and make things better.
But since then, the economy has further declined, pricing already poor people out of gas and groceries. 1 in 5 people in Cambria County receive federal food aid. About 2,000 are losing that help after the president insisted Congress cut the program's funding in order to offset tax cuts. Non-government charities like this one that gives away food to school children say they've seen a surge in need.
We have a 63% increase from last year at this time. So we're serving a lot more families, and we're just so thankful between food donations and community donors and the support of the community.
Oh, shut up. We know you're pocketing some of that ramen.
At this emergency shelter for families who've lost their homes, the staff has had to make resources stretch.
It's a struggle, and I try to the best of my ability to meet everyone's needs, and sometimes it's not enough, and that hurts, you know?
I asked the Civic family who they blame for the affordability problem.
Well, the kid.
We're trying to survive.
Notice how this guy's already looking down at the baby?
And get past with all these prices with Donald Trump making all the prices go up.
Making us broke.
She did it too.
There's a lot of us who's not doing really good in life, and we just need the money to survive.
Others here say they still support President Trump and feel he just needs more time to fix the economy. But when day-to-day survival is your main focus, politics takes a back seat to securing food and health care.
He needs more time.
Both become greater challenges for older Americans.
All right, Axia, maybe you're right. I don't feel bad for these people.
Who live on fixed pensions. Let's learn more about that from Manuel Rapolo in Monroe, Louisiana.
Like chat, you gotta realize these people don't watch the news like we do or pay attention to shit, so they're not like, oh wow, Donald Trump just said that. He just said he wants prices to go up more and he likes inflation.
Life here moves at a different pace. Long roads, small communities, and lower housing costs than many parts of the country.
About the Docs Tyler 1.
But for older residents, affordability isn't measured in what things cost, but whether retirement income can keep up.
Everything is so expensive.
At an affordable housing community outside Monroe, neighbors gather around a table, not to talk about politics, but to compare notes on something more immediate, how to make the month last.
I just might have to juggle stuff, you know, make decisions on what I'm gonna buy and what I'm not gonna buy, even if I need it. When people say they retired, they ain't retired. They just can't work no more, so.
Though they come from different backgrounds, one thing they do have in common is a
Well, that's actually not true. There's a giant influx of people who are their age that just won't stop working because they don't have anything else to do because they're bored after they retire, because the truth is retiring is very boring. I'm someone, chat, that will never retire. I think retiring sounds like the most boring thing I can ever imagine. Yeah, let me just like put in my life where I just don't do things that are progressive. Like, that just sounds so stupid. I don't know. Maybe it's just me. Some of you guys just want to jerk off all day and watch anime and VR chat or whatever. Go for it. I will be working to the day I die.
Fixed budget. Monthly expenses often force difficult choices, including when to refill medical.
Aren't streamers just technically retired anyways? Brother, don't ever call me a streamer. I'm an entertainer, and I'm a finance guru.
Prescriptions.
Last month, I didn't get my Ozempic at all. I couldn't afford it until this month, so I had to put off. You know, I'm type 2 diabetic.
They raise our cable, they raise our rent. What else have they raised? Those main two things I know. Yeah, everything goes up.
Like millions of Americans, older residents of Northeast Louisiana rely heavily on Social Security, which here averages around $1,800 a month.
All right, and chat, something you need to know, you're not getting Social Security when we're older. It's not happening. It's not happening. I'm telling you, you will not get Social Security. So if you don't know what Social Security is, it's basically when you are at a certain age and when you retire, you will get money every single month. We will not be getting that. It will not exist when we're older, I promise you.
One of the lowest state averages for Social Security benefits
like, it's not even I promise you, everyone agrees it won't be there.
Country.
Now, I paid all this money into Social Security. And
that's cap? Look at this guy, chat. This guy thinks that we're going to have Social Security when we're older. Look at this guy. Look at this guy. You think he thinks that it'll still be there? It will not be there, bro. No one agrees. No economist agrees that it will be there in 40 years from now. It will not be there, okay? People will be surprised if it's there in 10 years. It's not going to be there.
Living off of $1,200.
But guess what? You're still paying for it.
It is $78 a month. Can't do that.
While these monthly checks provide a vital safety net.
Hold up.
I guess he'll die.
They're talking about all this stuff around Arthur's round table. Look at that fucking bike. That's a damn nice bike. Am I crazy to say that's a nice-ass bike? That's a nice bike.
The system was never designed to be a person's sole source of income.
It's an e-bike?
Yet millions of older Americans have no other...
Imagine they did the zoom out on that and it's just like a giant mansion behind them that they own.
Never designed to be a person's sole source of income. Yet millions of older Americans have no other financial options. 1 in 10 Americans over the age of 65 lives below the poverty line. That means that on this road, statistically, 1 out of every 10 mailboxes belongs to someone who worked their whole life and still came up short. Just down the road in Morehouse Parish, Jackie Williams, a retired assembly line worker for General Motors, says rising prices are making it harder to stretch a dollar.
Money is just scarce. It's a hard time here. It really is.
Jackie lives on a fixed income of around $1,400 a month. It's just enough to get by, but she says every day is marked by difficult financial decisions.
We talk about it all the time in church. We're having a difficult time here. And it's not just Morehouse Parish, it's everywhere.
For many, food assistance has become part of the routine. The Food Bank of Northeast Louisiana says they're seeing more older Americans.
You fucking dick. So you're just taking some of the food they need, you fucking prick Manuel Rapallo?
Americans turning to food assistance than ever before. For some, a box like this is meant to supplement a tight budget. For others, this is the budget.
The money runs out, and then you wonder where you're going to get your next meal from.
This specific food program operates across 12 communities in the region. And while the assistance doesn't replace income, it does help stretch it.
I believe we would fall through the gap, but I thank God for even this program to meet the need and see that we needed help, and help is here.
In Northeast Louisiana, generations of factory closures, limited economic opportunities, and persistent poverty have left many older residents with little savings to fall back on.
Being a senior citizen is...
They should all... I know what they should do. They should start gambling. That's what they should start doing. They should all start streaming on Kick, get a gambling deal, and they just start doing it together.
Where we check on one another, make sure we're fed.
I'll set them up.
And we got so many people that don't...
Church is one of the biggest scams ever. Disagree. I understand what you're trying to go at, where it's a scam, but I think it gives a lot of people hope in really bad times. I think it makes a lot of people happier, and I think that if you have a belief and you believe in it and you like it, then I think it's totally worth whatever value you're giving it.
Have homes, don't have jobs, or don't know where to go, or don't have nobody to lean on.
For many older Americans here, affordability is simply about making it through the month together.
I loved my priest when I was younger, chat. I loved him. He taught me so much.
Kind of hard, because sometimes I get depressed.
And I forgot, okay.
Sometimes I feel hopeless, but these people around here, they keep me in sync,
Imagine he has like the meta glasses, the new ones, the AI ones.
The importance of being part of a community, right?
Yes, being part of a community is what helps.
Well, there you have it. From east to west, people across the US are suffering, and recent polling done by Fox News found most people are pessimistic about the state of the economy and their own financial situation. 44%.
There's nothing more I want to listen to than an Indian guy from Europe telling me about how the American problem is. What?
Say they are falling behind financially, or just 12%, so they're getting ahead. More than half of people say Trump's economic policies benefit people with more money than they have. Less than a quarter of people approve of Trump's handling of fuel prices. Well, for more on this, we're joined by Cassandra Martin-Czech, food security and financial well-being expert at the Urban Institute, and by Mahogany Thomas, Chief Program Officer at Bread for the City. It's been great.
Where's my white guy? I want white old men to tell me how things are going.
Getting to know you.
We're really rich.
You both before I introduce you there. Thanks so much for your time. Cassandra, if I can start with you, because economists are calling this a perfect storm of problems at the moment. We're talking about global energy prices being impacted in the war in Iran, sticky housing costs, supply chain issues. Can you set the...
There's a lot of supply chain issues, chat, happening in the Strait, and it's affecting farms a lot. A lot of farms are getting fucked over. We watched a video about that, remember? So hopefully the Strait opens up, and then that'll help out farms because they are getting fucked.
Team for us about this domino effect and why this appears to be something systemic and potentially long-term.
Yeah, I think what we're seeing here is after 5 years, folks are experiencing persistently higher prices than they faced before. And this financial pressure isn't just coming from one aspect of their household budgets, it's coming from many. And
this bitch definitely went to UCLA instead of fucking Valley Girl.
In fact, urban research found that in 2023, about 1 in 2 Americans lived in a household where they had enough resources to economically thrive. And what we're seeing today is those who aren't able to thrive are also experiencing a lot of challenges meeting their basic needs. The pressure on housing, childcare, food prices is manifest.
What in chat if you feel like you are in a good spot with your money? I'm curious, how many of you guys feel like you are in a good spot with your money? There's a lot of ones, more than I thought there would be. Lost everything? How'd you lose everything, Crash Out? How'd you lose everything? See, the thing is I think a lot of things that were given to us as
Can you give me 20K Mizzy Wizzy?
Check your inbox. I think a lot of things that we were told when we were younger, and this is what sucks about our generation, were lies. Like, we were basically given like the best childhoods ever. Like, I think if you were a 90s kid, you had the best childhood ever. I don't think there'll ever be a better childhood than the 90s. I just don't. I think it was literally peak. And I did my research. I think it was the best childhood anyone will ever have for any generation ever. It was that good. Late 80s, early 90s, mid 90s, best generation. Or like 90s in general, just best generation for childhood. And we were given this like feeling of just euphoria, where it just felt like everything was perfect. You know, even if you had a lower income house, you had an Xbox, you had these things, like it just felt like everything was perfect. And our whole world felt so like everything works out at the end. And then I think after the 2008 crash happened, that's kind of when a lot of us got out of that and woke up and realized that's not how things work, right? It wasn't just us, it was also just the entire economy, but we also started to grow up a little bit. And I think nowadays we just, as a generation, feel very like we just got left behind, right? Like we were given such promise and we were given such hope, and now it just feels like we can't afford anything that we even used to have as a child.
In terms of their day-to-day challenges, just being able to eat. For example, in 2025,
nobody taught me anything about credit cards, interest rates, and none of that shit, and put me into a crazy amount of debt. That's so sad that no one taught you about credit cards, man. Like, the fact that your own school system didn't teach you the basics on credit cards is crazy, but it's what's happened. And chat, you want to know what else is something that people don't know? It's not just credit cards. It's the idea of borrowing. They see Affirm, right? The company Affirm, and they're like, oh shit, Affirm is the greatest thing in the world. You just pay with no fees. It's bullshit. It's all bullshit. They are taking fees from you. They're fucking you over left and right, and they don't tell you, or they hide it because they want you to believe that you're getting saved. They're saving you, but they're lying.
1 in 4 adults reported being food insecure, and there are folks who had higher incomes who were food insecure. This is a very broad-based challenge and pressure that households are facing.
And Mahogany, you're working at the coalface of all of this. Your organization's been helping people in DC for 52 years, providing food, medical care. What are you seeing? What sort of shifts are you seeing, the kind of people coming through your doors?
Absolutely. We're seeing more people enter in our food pantry than we ever have. I mean, it is clear that we are in a moral crisis and an ethical dilemma right here in the nation's capital. Our food pantry is being 30% more clients and households served this year compared to this time last year. And the numbers just keep increasing because people can't afford to live.
Even though inflation, we understand, is going to level off, I think it's around 4% at the moment. Grocery prices, we've just heard it very keenly from the exam.
Food.
Do we really need a rundown? We just watched this. Okay, yeah, they just keep talking about this stuff. We already know.
Oh, Cassandra.
Okay, so we just watched the video on it. But yeah, there's a crisis. There's been a crisis. There's a food crisis. A lot of places around the country, chat, are just housing crisis, food crisis, living crisis, insurance crisis. But the economy is still growing and still booming. Companies are spending more and more money than they ever have before because they need to survive, right? It's pretty fucked up, but it was a good video. I think it was pretty good overall. Yeah. We should watch a video. Definitely, we could do it tomorrow on credit cards. I think that's something that really people need to understand is the truth on credit cards and how you guys all are getting fucked. In fact, we can watch this video right now.
What are credit
cards explained with bananas? I think that's pretty good. I think that's pretty
monkeys.
I think this is pretty good. Let's watch this on credit cards explained with bananas. I think it's a pretty good representation. Dad invests $100,000. It grows to $5 million. If he sells, he owes tax on $4.9 million gain. Instead, he puts it in a trust, borrows against it, lives tax-free, dies holding, kids inherits a $5 million basis, IRS gets $0. Yeah, that is a reality. That is true. That is true. Yes, this is really what happens. You can just die with your money, so that way you don't have to have any debt because you can borrow against that debt, which can basically, make you good to go. It is loopholes. It is a fucked up system. It's how things work. Yeah, but this is great when you have $5 million, right? Who has $5 million? Not Nick Pollum, that's for sure. So let's go ahead and see what are credit cards explained with bananas.
What are credit cards? Monkeys use leaves to pay for bananas. Monkey eat banana. Life good. Monkey.
Chat, do you guys understand so far, or is this too much?
Want more banana, but doesn't have the leaves.
Start over? Okay.
What are credit cards? Monkeys use leaves to pay for bananas. Monkey eat banana. Life good. Monkey want more banana, but doesn't have the leaves to pay for them. So monkey use a leaf card. This card allows monkey to buy bananas now and pay later. Monkey is borrowing leaves from Monkey Bank. How do credit cards work? When monkey uses leaf card to buy bananas, the Monkey Bank pays for those bananas. Monkey now owes the bank those leaves. Monkey has around 30 days to pay back the leaves. If monkey pays back the leaves in time, everything is fine. If not, well, we'll talk about that in a minute. How do you get a credit card? First, monkey go to the Monkey Bank. But Monkey Bank won't give leaf cards to just any monkey. Monkey have to prove they pay for things regularly, they pay back leaves they owe, and they pay back on time. All this information goes into one number called a credit score. This is—
Now, chat, here's the thing. If you're young and you're trying to get a credit card, Monkey Bank is way more interest rate, right? Monkey Bank don't trust you. Monkey don't trust you at all. Monkey make you pay high interest rate, so that way you pay back. Yes, they don't trust you, so they don't make you have a low interest rate.
Monkey banks use to decide how likely you are to pay back your leaves on time. The better monkeys score, the more likely they are to be approved.
Why not use a debit card? So the reason why you don't want to use a debit card is for multiple reasons. That's a good question. Debit cards do not give you money back, or for bananas, right? If you use Monkey credit card, right, you get cash back. A lot of credit cards will give you mileage points. A lot of cards will give you 3%, 2% cash back on all your transactions. So you literally basically can say that, yes, you're beating inflation by just having the credit card and using it. Credit cards are also great because you build up a credit score. And when you want to go finally buy a house, okay, when you want to go finally buy that home of yours, or you're in the jungle, instead of you paying, let's say the house is $500,000, right? You got a shack. Well, instead of you paying a 9% interest rate year over year, you're paying 7% interest rate year over year. And that number difference is literally hundreds of thousands of dollars that you'll save. And it's money that you'll save every single month, right? So that money is huge. And the difference is huge. Does that make sense? You will save more money. You will get a better interest rate on things in life. Credit score is tied to you, and it is very important, right? It's very important. Make sense? You also pay for a credit card. What do you mean you pay for a credit card? What? You have to pay the bank back every month. Yes. But I really hope I don't have to explain that. You have to, the monkey already explained it. You have to pay back the monkey. You can't just take money and not pay it back. You have to pay it back every month. If you don't pay monkey back every month, that's when you get fucked. Does that make sense?
For a leaf card, and the more leaves they are allowed to borrow. In the US, a score above 740 is good. A score—
Yeah, this is also for US. I'm not really sure about Europe.
Or above 800 is very good, while anything below 580 is not worth eating. I mean not good. Credit limit. But using a leaf card doesn't mean monkey has unlimited leaves. In fact, most beginner cards only let monkey borrow around 1,000 leaves. But as Monkey Bank trust monkey more, they allow more leaves to be borrowed. But why use credit cards instead of your own money? There are a few reasons. Maybe monkey can't afford to buy bananas now, but can afford to pay in smaller amounts over time. Maybe monkey want to build up credit score, so monkey banks trust them with larger loans like a car or a house or anything.
So chat, like an example is like you want some kind of thing, right? But you can't buy it right now because you don't have the cash on hand, but you're getting paid in 2 weeks. So you want to be able to buy it, or you're getting Christmas money. So what you do is you get a credit card so you can buy that now, and then you'll just pay it back by the end of the month. But why they fuck you with the credit cards is because most people don't realize that, and then they pay insane percentage interest rates, which means they're paying, instead of $1,000 on that credit card, they're now paying $1,200. And it increases every month. So every month you don't use that money, they fuck you every month. They fuck you. These credit card companies fuck you. It's why they're so profitable. It's why they're so big. It's why they're worth trillions of dollars. It's because they fuck you up. They fuck Americans. They destroy you.
Maybe an unexpected expense has come up. Monkey needs to borrow leaves to pay.
They literally target people with who are bad with money. I'm just letting you know, credit cards don't target people who are good with money that have great credit scores. They target you guys who are bad with money and don't understand and are monkeys.
Pay for it. Leaf cards are also generally more secure. If someone steals
Means if you don't have the money to buy the thing, but you do in 2 weeks, just wait the 2 weeks and then pay it. You don't have to pay it any interest at all. Yes, but that's way more difficult in practicality. But you also, if you have the money in 2 weeks, why not use the credit card, where therefore you can make money with the 3% interest or cash back plans they have, and also build up your credit score.
Monkey's card, Monkey won't lose his leaves. The leaf card uses the bank's leaves. Monkey banks are usually very quick to stop thieves from using Monkey's card. Leaf cards are also safer against scams. If Monkey accidentally buys fake bananas, the Monkey bank will step in to help because it's their leaves at risk. But
Yes, so chat, a lot of credit, most times with credit, I've never had a problem with my credit card in my life. They always fix every problem I have, and I just say it's stolen, gone, broken, whatever, and they always fix it.
Biggest reason most monkeys sign up are rewards. Monkey banks want monkeys to use leaf cards, so they give monkeys bonuses for doing so. Rewards can be extra leaves, banana points to use for banana hotels, banana restaurants, or car rentals, banana miles to use for monkey flights, or gift cards to use at specific monkey stores. Most cards offer a sign-up bonus. If monkeys spend a certain amount in the first few months, monkey get more rewards. The different types of credit cards. Different leaf cards have different bonuses. Some monkeys prefer discounts on everyday banana shopping. Some prefer to build up banana points for monkey holiday. Some cards are only available to the most wealthy and elite monkeys. These cards are rumored to include free flights, hotels, and event tickets. Because you know who needs free things? Rich monkey. Leaf cards sound pretty good. Monkey can use Monkey Bank's leaves and even get perks for doing so. It's a win-win. What could possibly go wrong? Credit card debt. This is the negative side of leaf cards. This is what happens if Monkey doesn't pay back leaves on time. If Monkey doesn't pay back all the leaves they borrowed, Monkey Bank will charge them extra. These are called interest rates.
Chat, please pay attention to this part, please. If you don't understand credit cards and you're thinking everything's great and they're great things for the economy and they're free, please understand interest rates, because this is where they fuck you every time. And they have ruined people, our generations. They have ruined generations of people on this thing, and they try to fuck you. And you can't save everyone because that's how they exist, but they literally target people who are bad with money.
Just means extra costs. It's the cost of borrowing leaves. An interest rate is just a percentage of the total amount of leaves Monkey owes. Stay with me now. So if Monkey borrow 100 leaves with an interest rate of 10%, Monkey have to pay back the 100 leaves plus 10 leaves for interest. Interest rates are only added when Monkey doesn't pay back full amount of leaves on time or only pays the minimum.
So chat, what you can do nowadays with your credit card, which is very easy, is you can set up auto pay. So it automatically pays every single time, so you never have to worry about it. Back then, they didn't have those things. Now credit cards all have auto pay. Hey, you want to be a good student? You want to get your 3% flights and do whatever the hell you want and build up that credit score? Just put it on auto pay. They're like, great, go ahead, do that. But they know no one's going to do that, and they're not going to be able to do it, and then they fuck up and they get into financial ruins, and it fucks people for life.
Compound interest. Many monkeys confused.
Kick just removed the GigaChat and Linus Tech Tip emote
by compound interest. Mainly because it's not very interesting. I've never known the touch of a woman. Basically, compound...
I don't really care, I'll be honest with you. Those two emotes, I don't care.
Interest is Monkey Bank charging extra for every day Monkey doesn't pay back leaves. They charge a percentage of Monkey's debt, which keeps getting bigger every day Monkey doesn't pay back leaves. Let's break it down. Monkey borrows 100 leaves from the Monkey Bank with a monthly interest rate of 2%. But after 1 month, Monkey forgets to pay them back. So the Monkey Bank adds 2% of 100, which equals 2 leaves to Monkey's debt, which is now 102 leaves. After 2 months, the bank adds 2% of 102, which equals 2.04 leaves to Monkey's debt, which is now 104.04 leaves. After 3 months, the bank adds 2% of 104.04, which equals 2.08 leaves to Monkey's debt, which is now 106.12 leaves. This amount seems small, but can add up quickly, and the more leaves Monkey borrow, the more interest Monkey have to pay.
I had a friend in high school who got a credit card when he was younger, bought a motorcycle, and he never fixed his credit, ever, in his life. He didn't know about this shit. He never fixed his credit. And he was actually one of those kids that was really good at woodworking, and, like, he could have gone to woodworking and became, like, super successful, and, like he was really actually very gifted. But he got into insane credit card debt, and he never recovered. He became a meth addict, and then he died on that motorcycle.
Remember, it's 2% of Monkey's new
You want to know why he died? The monkey got him.
Debt every day, not the original 100 leaves. This is one of the reasons leaf card debt is so hard to get out of. Every day Monkey doesn't pay, Monkey's total debt goes up. Technically, Monkey could only pay back the minimum to avoid additional late fees.
And that's what fucks all of you. Right there is what a lot of you do. 1 in chat if you do the minimum payment. 1 in chat. That is what fucks you. You think I can just do the minimum payment every month, and that's the smart thing to do. Never do the minimum payment. That is how they fuck you, chat. That is how they start the ball to ruin your life. Ruin your life. You never do the minimum payment. That's them. They're baiting you, chat. They're baiting you to get to start having the interest problem, to continue doing the minimum payment for your rest of your life and fucking you over. Never do it. Unless you're going to die soon. Then you can do it.
But Monkey will still get hit with interest. And most of the leaves will go towards that interest instead of towards reducing Monkey's original debt. Fees. To get leaf cards set up, Monkey Bank will sometimes charge setup fee. If monkeys don't pay back leaves in time, Monkey
like 40-50%.
Bank will charge late fee. Just to have leaf card for a year, some monkey banks will charge an annual fee. Monkey want to take leaves out of leaf ATM? There's a fee. Monkey use.
So chat, you wanna know what I did when I was younger? I always wanted a credit card because I love this shit, and I would literally buy bananas. So I straight up got a credit card when I was younger, and I wanted to build up my credit score. So I was like 18 when I got it or something. I forget when I was, and I was just buying bananas. And I remember how I found the credit card that I was going to get, which was a MasterCard. It was like a 3% cash back or something on everything, or 5%. It was really good. It was 5% cash back on Amazon products. I went on Reddit. I typed in, what's the best credit card to get? Reddit. And I found it. But I just bought bananas, and I bought random stuff that I immediately paid back, built up my credit score.
Card too much? Fee. Monkey not use card enough? Fee. Monkey want to buy bananas from other monkey country? Fee. Monkey try to buy 2005 film starring Emma Thompson? Nanny McPhee. No coffee for me. I'll just have tea. I don't want no fee. I just want to be. The ops trying to catch me, but I'm in a tree because I'm a monkey. Motherfucker. Sorry about that. Tips for credit cards. This is not financial advice. Please do not sue Monkey. But if Monkey was going to get a credit card, Monkey would remember these things. Credit cards are powerful tools, and with great power comes great responsibility. Credit cards are not free money. Monkeys should always check the APR, or annual percentage rate, first. This shows Monkey's interest rate for the year, including some other fees. Monkey should pick a card or cards.
So chat, if Monkey buys stuff in 1 month and he's $1,000 and he doesn't pay it back by the end of the year, Monkey's APR is 20%. Monkey pays 20% more on those bananas. Okay, that's $200 more. It adds up every year, every month. It goes up. It ruins people's lives in just a few years if you don't realize it, and more importantly, if you don't pay attention to your bills. Just put it up auto pay every time and don't do the minimum payments.
That give rewards on things Monkey uses most. Monkey only spend what Monkey can afford to pay within the month. If Monkey want to keep credit score good, Monkey try to only spend 30% before paying back. Monkey.
Yes. Don't max your credit card. 30 to 50% is usually what I heard, but yeah, I guess 30% works.
Make sure to track all expenses. Monkey set up reminders to pay off credit card bill. And Monkey always pay back in full. Thanks for watching. Monkey is still blown away by how many monkeys have joined the true. Monkey has also launched a Patreon.
Why have I never found
any
this?
monkeys are interested. It has everything from your.
Why have I never found these videos before? Wait, this is perfect for you guys. We should just watch all primate economics. I think that's exactly how you guys would learn anything, right? This is it. I think we found our guy, Monkey Business. I paid attention to the whole thing. Yeah, I think this is it. I think we legit learned through bananas for everything, right? I think this is kind of our calling, right? I think this is it. It's good. It's actually a great channel. Yeah, dude, he's good. Fuck. This is this is our shit. This was good. This was good. But I think that explains a lot more, chat. Credit cards fuck people so badly, they never can get out of that debt. I mean, you know what they do? They constantly just keep putting it into the minimum, and then they fuck themselves, and they do the minimum again. They keep doing the minimum every month because they think that's the smart thing to do. But then don't you realize you're building up debt and you're fucking yourself for the rest of your life? And you want to know what happens, chat, when you have to bankrupt and you don't have that money? They fuck you for the rest of your life. These companies they send your ghouls out to the goblins. They will fuck you, your family, and everyone around you to make sure you pay back that fucking money. They're demons. They're horrible people, credit card companies. They fuck you up for life. They fuck your bananas. That's what they do. Not good people. So to show you an interest rate calculator, chat, right? To build up your credit score so you can go get a better loan. For example, let's say you try to get a loan out for $300,000. Just to show you how badly loans fuck people. The loan term is, let's go with 20 years, right? You need you have $200,000 for a house. You need $300,000 more for your loan, and you're doing it, and this is your calculating for it right here, okay? So your total of the 240 months of a payments based on is $230,000, okay? So you are paying a shit ton of money every single year. You're paying a lot of money. Make it 40. Does anyone do 40-year loans? I hope not. Total of 480 monthly payments is $460,800, right? So yeah, 30-year loans is usually what people look at, or 20. But yes, your total of 360 monthly payments is $345,000 at $600. So that is with a interest rate of 0.964, by the way, which is extremely low. And also something I'm going to call you, chat, it's not probable. I don't know why it's telling me this is your interest rate. That's not true. Yeah, I don't know why I just said that. Okay, so let's say your house is $500,000, right? You're buying a shack. Your down payment, let's say you have $150,000 cash. Okay. Your credit score, let's even say it's very bad. Let's start with the very bad. And you're on a 30-year rate, blah, blah, blah. You're at a monthly payment. Let's see. You're only putting down 30%. Let's do 20%, right? That's usually what people put down. So $100,000. Your monthly payment for that house is $2,800. Chat, $2,800. That's fucking insane. You're getting your best rate is 6.38% because you have very bad credit. So your best rate you'll get is 6.3. Let's do the national average, okay? So your monthly payment is now $2,980, which you're getting every month. It's getting wasted, and you're paying $50,000 extra. That loan that you got will add up so much more over time. Does that make sense? Like, you get fucked. They fuck you so hard on loans and with your credit score and everything else. They fuck you, chat. That's their goal, is they want to fuck you so badly. Raw, right? Your full term interest is $500,000. $548,000 after 30 years is your full-term interest, chat. It's a lot. It's a lot. They fuck you, right? That's how much you're paying in the end. It's $548,000. It's a lot. But if you do something like this, but you have excellent credit, right? It's going to be lower. Now, instead of paying that $2,900 a month, you're paying $2,600 a month for that same exact loan. You're saving $300 a month every single month. You're saving $3,600 a year every single year, right? And you're doing that because you have a good interest rate, right? Or you have a good credit score. Now, someone said that's what the $100,000 down, which nobody has. That's the minimum you should ever have for a down payment for a loan. Like, you should never be doing, like, did any of you ever do 10% down for a house? Yeah, I don't know where they offer you 10%. I don't know where they would offer you that. People usually do around 20% is usually the minimum people do. Yes. You want to put the most up front that you can so you don't get a mortgage, you know, you can buy the house. It means you're out of touch. Where am I out of touch with any of this? Please tell me where I'm out of touch. Just tell me. Yeah, if you can get a VA loan, that's sick. Let's do like a credit card interest rate calculator. I hate these websites that say this shit and then like it's stupid. Okay, so let's say $5,000. Billing period is 30. Interest charged for this statement cycle is $70. No, I want to do one like where I get fucked in the ass. How do I find one that fucks me in the ass so hard? I want one where it's like it just shows how much I just don't pay. Interest rate calculator where I don't pay where I only pay minimum. All right, let's see this. What's your credit card balance? $1,000. Let's go with like $2,000. What is the interest rate on your credit card? 18%. What is your minimum payment calculated? Let's go with usually what's the minimum for yours, chat? The amount that you have to usually pay. 5%? 2%? Credit cards are like 22% now. Yeah, this is actually a pretty good credit card. 22%.
Do 24 to 1 to 9% interest.
Yeah, I think this 22% is on the lenient side. I would say 24. Yeah, a lot of cards do this. So, chat, your credit card balance is $2,000, right? So you do that every month, but you're gonna pay 2% of that balance back, okay? And you're doing the minimum payment. Hello? Yeah, that's how hard they fucked you. Yeah. Okay, so your credit card balance is $2,000.
At this point, just ask Claude to make you one Jesus.
Shut up. We're not using Claude anymore. Fuck Claude. We're all about the Chinese. Minimum payment is 4%. Let's do 2%. Okay? So your monthly payment is $40. Wow, that sounds fucking amazing, right, chat? That sounds amazing. I only have to pay $40 a month of my money. Let's see. Your balance payoff is 30 years. So, let's see. Credit card number 2. Oh my God, if you have more than one credit card doing that shit. Let's do $2,000. Calculate. Why can't it just show me how much it would be over time? Claudia, are you there? Claudia, are you there? Hey, bitch. Need more usage? It's... What? I'm out of credits? I'm out of credits! Wait a minute. Does that mean Claude's not trading anymore? Wait, does that mean chat's winning? Ooh, chat, you're at 99,000 now. Yeah, you're still winning, chat. Easy clap. You're still winning. Nice. We beat Claude? Maybe. I think you're going to actually beat Claude. I do. I think you're going to be able to keep your tickets. But you guys understand the importance of credit card debt, right? Like, now you understand it? It's seriously something that is so important that I think is it's something that I just don't understand why we're not taught this. Because I wasn't taught this shit in my high school. I was only taught this shit in high school because I was in DECA. And I don't know if you guys know what DECA is, but I was in this club that was basically business people and people that like business shit. And I was in DECA. And that's how I learned about credit card debt. So I didn't learn it through anywhere else. And if I did, I was sleeping through the class, right? A 96-year-old influencer, I know this girl, is being threatened with eviction from her nursing home for throwing loud alcohol-filled parties. Grandma Dornack ripped up the warning letter and said she's going to keep partying. This is definitely a fucking cap and a half. No way. I don't believe this. She probably took out the typewriter, wrote this shit up, and was like, look, this is a good video. I don't believe this. You're right. I don't believe this for shit. You think I think this woman's out there partying and drinking every single night? She probably puts all of her energy into these videos and goes take a nap afterwards and watches I Love Lucy. She's farming. She's a fucking good content creator. Top tier. She's good at what she does. Michael Burry disclosed that a new short position against Nvidia, Tesla, Caterpillar, and Applied Materials. Whoa. The ballsy one I'm surprised about is him going up against is Tesla. Because everyone's now saying Tesla's actually looking pretty good. So we'll see. We'll see. Dude, it's Mango. One of the many people from Ludwig that got thrown to the dogs. Let's keep drinking! Let's up those numbers! Thrown to the dogs, bro. Oh, he's live. Wait, he's been on starting stream, starting soon for 40 minutes. Why am I logged out of my Twitch?
And we said every single thing. Actually,
No, I appreciate. I
PTSD when I saw you, like when I saw you guys road tripping to Dallas.
Where the hell is
and
this?
I saw you driving. I could see it boil in you.
I wasn't mad at all.
I don't think Nick was mad at the start.
Well, Arthur was boiling on the couch.
Why are you watching this? Bro, I literally clicked on it for 2 seconds. If you can't tell, I don't even watch Twitch. I haven't been on this website. I straight up am not even logged in. And you think I'm watching ads? Fuck that. And you're probably like, oh, dude, is he watching it incognito? I would just watch it incognito. Like, what? Micron has such a strong story, so is Nvidia, but Moo tells its story better. Time for Nvidia to become a percentage of the volume buyer of its stock. People really don't believe in Nvidia. They're doubters. But I will say, I think the problem with Nvidia is very simple, chat. It's not sexy anymore. It doesn't tell the story. It's not hype. It's been around. It's been known. Right? And it's like the girl that fucks every single person. Like, yeah, it felt good, but I'm not doing it again. Right? Because, you know... But you know, I don't want to get AIDS. Which is now the dividend. Right? Do I even own my Nvidia? Yeah, I still own it. I'm still down. Wait, I'm just like you guys. Fuck. I'm down 7 grand. This extension has been scamming me out of tickets. I refreshed the page. It shouldn't. It 100% shouldn't. Okay. All right, chat. That wraps it up for today. If you're here for the tickets and money and bullshit, I think we did pretty much everything. I like watching that guy's monkey videos. I think we should watch more of those. But nothing really new in the news. Nothing crazy. Just AI shit. U.S. M2 money supply surged $247 billion in May to a record $23.1 trillion. Wow. This marks the largest monthly increase since May 2021. Year-to-date, M2 has soared $698 billion, the largest January to May increase in 5-year money supply. What is M2? What is M2 money supply? What does that even mean? M1 plus small denominations times deposits? What? What is M2? I can't ask Claudia. I don't have... What? Liquid money? Oh, so it's the amount of liquid money that's going around? So a lot of people, a lot of companies are liquid right now. Money supply now stands 1.3 trillion above the March 2022 peak. Since 2000, money in circulation has grown at an average annual rate of 6.3%. U.S. money creation is accelerating. So that means there's just more bananas?
So the battle for what is money and who controls it just...
We'll watch this later. We did enough valuing in things lately. We love bananas. More bananas for banana holders only. Oh. Kick removed multiple global emotes and Mizkif doesn't care. Dude, I don't care. They got rid of Giga Chad, that's not even Giga Chad, and Linus Tech Tips, who's like never streamed here. I really, do you think I should care? Do you guys, like, the thing is, you notice how no one in chat cares? Bro, I don't even know what they got rid of. It looks the same. I know that Kick's adding more shit very soon. Like, really, really soon. So, like, as in, like, the next few days, so. Maybe that's why. But listen, let's be real. The only emotes that people really use that are global, Patrick Boo, Keck Leo. They also use the B bubble and sometimes the Eddie emote if they talk about Eddie. That's really all I see. I don't see any of these other emotes ever getting used, ever. And then you'll see occasionally someone will just randomly come in for the first time and put one of these emojis up. Right? They'll put like this just to be like, I exist. That's it. You never see anything else. Or like the classic duck. You really just don't see anything else, man. I'm telling you, it's not there. I do know that they're going to do an overhaul of emotes soon, so. Should be good. We'll see. Dude, my camera looks so much better. Holy shit. Like, dude, what the fuck? Are you still working with them? Yeah, I'm helping them out. I'm helping them out. I'm not director or partner manager. Yeah. Yeah. I don't know what I am. I just give them the ideas and they do it. Stop saying oof, chat. Oof. Oof what? Oofa doofa doofity doo. It's the same thing. I just give them ideas and they do it. Why is everyone talking about Michael Burry and how he's shorting Nvidia and Tesla? Bro, Michael Burry is not always right. U.S. government expected to lift export controls on Fable 5 tonight? Please, please. Anyway, that's it for the bullshit. If you're here for only stocks and stuff like that, we are done for today. So, that was good. God, I love streaming this shit, chat. I really do. I love it. Please download the extension, chat. I'm telling you, the extension is literally how you get all your tickets. And we're doing the $1 million hopefully next week. And if you guys win, which it looks like you're going to, you get, if you download the extension and watch the videos, you get extra tickets. Literally, it's everything. Like I'm telling you, everyone's making all their money on tickets right now. Or they're getting their tickets through that. So tickets are how you get paid. And right now, we're basically just testing everything. So we're giving out crazy tickets for watching stuff. So go ahead and download the extension and get the tickets. It's so OP. It's so OP. It's so OP. Dude, you know what's crazy, chat? One last thing. So, this post was up yesterday, and it just shows you how fucking, like, brigaded everything is that I do on Reddit. Dude, half the comments were like, easy grift, learning is cool, but you are absolutely clueless on anything. Literally looking at Twitter posts and reading headlines. Enjoy summer and have fun. What the fuck does that even mean? Like, what the fuck does that even mean that what? I think I would rather jump off a 30-story building. Thank you for that. I appreciate it. This is just how advertising works with extra steps. You make money through getting views on your stream and YouTube or getting people to install spyware that collects their data so they can be sold and you get a kickback. To put it simply, if every hour someone watched a stream earned them 50 cents, the streamer paying you 25 cents an hour is not a big deal. You're still making the streamer twice as much money as they're returning to you. This is just clumsy marketing schemes. I forgot this loser is still scamming. When did I ever scam? Besides the camping stream. Scammers. Bro, we don't care, you're a loser now. Okay. Go away. Like, it's just like, they're so mad that they're not part of this. They're not so mad that they think they knew anything. And they just are, they will not listen to anything besides they think they're right. Right? They're just wrong. It's like, okay, you don't join us while everyone else makes money. Right? Like Extract. Okay? Whatever. Like, we did our payouts. We're doing our payouts still. People made their money. So, they can go fuck themselves. Stupid. It's just stupid people, chat. Or they think I'm, like, building something up to sell something to you. Haven't they not seen my KPP through sponsors? You guys don't buy shits. You guys are one of the smartest communities in the history of streaming. You're smart. You don't buy anything. Because you know it's all a scam. Duh. You're not stupid. You know everything what a streamer does is not worth your time and money. You don't pay for it. Remember when I had 40,000 viewers and I tried to sell you guys to buy that game just to help me? What was it? What was that one game called? It was the worst game I ever played. That I got paid a lot of money and they shut down. No, it wasn't Stronova. Stronova wasn't actually that bad. It was... I played it with Rich. Chimeraland. Chimeraland. This game. Remember this game? How fucking terrible it was. Chat, this game was so bad. I had 40,000 viewers when I went live to play this thing, and I had to play it for fucking like 5 hours. It was so long, that stream. But I got 22 downloads. Why? Because you guys aren't retarded. Like, I don't have a dumb community. I just don't. That's why most of you are here still. Like, I just don't have a stupid chat. So they're like, yeah, I'm not fucking giving this money. It was like $20. Like, I'm not doing that. And they didn't. You know, another one that they didn't do, that you guys didn't get involved in at all, you didn't want to do anymore, was, what was that other sponsor I had that was an MMO that I tried getting you guys downloading? It was last year. I was with Squeaks in New York. It was something T. Began with a T. Terraceland? Yeah, Terraceland. I'm not good with anything with lands. That's why I don't own a home. This game, I tried to get you guys to download. I think it was free. I got like 40 downloads. And I begged you to download it. Begged you.
I don't know about that, man. I bought the Smite skin.
Begged. And I got nothing. No one wanted to buy it. Or not even buy it, download it. And I played it for like 6 hours. I got so many sponsors. No one cared. And now they shut down. Yeah. Anyway. Just want to let you guys know, you don't buy shit. Yo, Miz, I tried using Easy and got this message. This emote can only be used at the channel it belongs to. Yeah, they're doing something with the emotes clearly, man, and I don't know what it is. And that's not my... That is not something that I will know it's fully happening or care. Right? It's not... That ain't it for me. Not my job. Okay, Tarsland. I'm not playing WoW on stream. Relax. Relax. We'll do what we did last time. We'll do a classic. Mods, you can put me in the slots casino section. You can start. What do we got? Do I have anything else I need to do? Wipe my own ass, touch my ass. No, I think that's it. Did anyone respond to my tweet? Probably not. Does Tecto want to collab?
Pocopia.
The White House is expected to lift export control on Claude Fable 5 tonight. Yup. You want to know why? Because they're scared. Because they know that DeepSeek and other places are catching up, and they have to let it loose. Let it out. Let the demons roll. Let us have what we once had. Give us control. Sorry.
Nick Lee said he's down.
Bro, Nick Lee wants to do, I think he wants to do something very similar. Like, I need, like, people that have YouTube. Like, I need to grow. The point is to grow, right? It's like, hold on, I was going to message someone. Oh, wait, I have no friends. Oh, Nick Lee is down.